conference, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, our Jewish leaders, and obviously from our dignitaries and political guests. So without further ado, we will get started straight away, and it's my great pleasure to have our first speaker to formally open our annual conference, and of course that is the chairman of the European Jewish Association, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, who made this conference possible. Please put your hands together for Rabbi Margolin.
Excellencies, dear friend, Commissioner Vaheli, members of Parliament, Chief Rabbi Jacobs, Jewish leaders, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. On Sunday, we all witnessed a political tidal wave as a major European leader was swept away after 16 years in power. That is democracy, for better or for worse. Government change, politicians come and go, elections happen. But one thing should not change, should never change. And this is how Europe treats its Jewish communities. And yet right now, our partners in Hungary do not really know what the new government will mean for Hungary's Jews. Will it continue on the same path? Will it take a tougher line on kosher slaughter and circumcision? Will it move away from supporting Israel? Will it cut budgets for Jewish schools and security for community? And will the fight against anti-Semitism remain a high priority? My friend, these are not marginal questions. These are very fundamental questions. Because how can anyone build? How can anyone build a future when everything around them keeps shifting? And this problem is not unique to Hungary. Any one of us, at any time, in any country in Europe, can face the same uncertainty when a government changes. Our future is in somebody else's hands. Let me be honest. I have opened too many conferences with the same words. That anti-Semitism is rising, that Jews are feeling unsafe, that more needs to be done. And I am more than a little angry that I still have to say those words again and again and again, as every year new records are set in anti-Semitism. Every year there are more attacks. Every year there is greater need for security. Every year Jewish life or the daily Jewish life become more dangerous. And every year we receive the same statements from governments, strategies, working groups, and surveys, mainly surveys, telling us how bad the situation is and how big and how serious is the problem. Now I want to be clear. There are many good people in position of power who genuinely want to help. People who sincerely want to see Jewish life in Europe strengthened and protected. Some of them are here with us today. Some of them will speak with us over the next 2 days. But what happens, my dear friends, what happens to those good people in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years, or 4? What happens to strong strategy when a government changes? What happened to a serious policy when political priorities shift? And this is one of the great problems facing Jewish communities across Europe. And it is one of the main reasons we keep sounding like a broken record. One of the favorite stories of my favorite stories is about a man who came to a rabbi and asked the rabbi if it was true that folding the talit on Saturday night is a segula, a spiritual practice believed to bring blessing for shalom bayit, for peace at home. The rabbi answered, I have not heard of that particular segula, but I do know a very good segula for shalom bayit, for peace at home, also to do on Saturday night. And it is to roll up your sleeves and do the dishes. And today, my friend, this is exactly what I want to say to all of us in this room. It is time to roll up our sleeves. At this conference, we're going to ask you to work with us on something that has the potential, to transform Jewish life on this continent. It is a special protected minority status for European Jewry. The goal is to create a new reality for Europe's Jews. A reality that does not depend on whichever government happens to be in power. A reality that does not depend on the mood of this or that political party. A reality that is protected from outside pressure and from changing political trends. A reality in which Jewish life and the place of Jewish communities in Europe are secured in law, in policy, and in practice. A reality that will help us to shape. And a reality that our children and grandchildren will directly benefit from. Later on, we'll discuss it in more details. But I think it is clear to all of us that we need a dramatic change. We want a future that is in our hands, not in someone else. And we want that future to be non-negotiable. So let us roll up our sleeves together and get to work. Dear friends, welcome to the annual conference of the European Jewish Association. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us. None of us has the luxury of being passive. Together, we are directly shaping the Jewish future in Europe. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Rabbi Margolin was just saying, there are in fact many, many excellent politicians in Europe, despite appearances to the contrary. And in fact, we're proud in many cases to work beside them. One of those excellent politicians is the President of the European Parliament, Mrs. Roberta Metsola, who regrettably could not be with us today, but was insistent that she wanted her voice heard at this conference. So with that said, I invite you to have a look at the screens and watch a video from the President of the European Parliament.
Dear friends, it is an honor to be speaking to you today at your annual conference, and I want to start by recognizing the work the European Jewish Association does day in, day out for Jewish communities across this continent. I am proud of the work we have done together, including through the Article 17 dialogue when I was Vice President, where your voice has always had a home in the European Parliament. Because Jewish life belongs in Europe, It always has, and it always will. The story of Europe and the story of the Jewish people are at the heart one story, bound together by a history that is painful and profound, shaped not only by what was lost, but by what was rebuilt through culture, through ideas, through communities, and a shared determination to survive and to flourish. And there is so much in the Jewish story that all of us can learn from about resilience, about the power of memory, about that stubborn, defiant insistence on hope, even when hope seems impossible. We have seen that spirit up close in the survivors of Kfar Aza and Re'im, who have endured the unimaginable and are still standing. In families coming together to light Hanukkah candles after Bondi, in the silence of Yad Vashem, where you feel the full weight of what was lost and the extraordinary miracle of what survived. I was in Israel less than a week after October 7th, and on that Friday I sat down with friends and their families for the first Shabbat dinner since the massacre. And what struck me, what I will never forget, was the grief and anger mixed with optimism, the absolute resolve and certainty that despite the darkness of the time, light will prevail. That is the Jewish story, a story of hope, hope whose message speaks not only to the Jewish people, but to all of us. I have said before that this was probably the hardest trip I have made as President of the European Parliament. But perhaps the most important, it was 5 days after the massacre, and it meant that I was able to share a little bit of what you all felt when hostage posters were ripped down, when girls who survived unspeakable horrors at the hands of terrorists were not believed, vilified, and their torment justified, when conspiracy theories replaced logic and rationality, and when the age-old anti-Semitic tropes we thought we had defeated came back in the mouths of a new generation. It means we need to work harder to show that Europe needs our Jewish community not just as part of our past, but as part of our future. And yet, we have to be honest about what we are seeing today. Synagogues attacked, schools targeted, ambulances set on fire, Jewish families afraid to walk the streets. Every single one of these is an assault on what everything Europe stands for. Together they are a warning, and in Europe we know better than any continent on earth what happens when warnings like these are ignored. So let me be very clear, there is no place for anti-Semitism in Europe, not in our streets, not online, not dressed up as something else. Anti-Semitism is a poison, and like any poison, it cannot be tolerated. Like any poison, it must be rooted out. Europe must be a place where Jewish people can live openly, safely, and without fear, where wearing a kippah is not a risk, where children can go to school without armed guards at the school gates, where families can celebrate their traditions in peace. A place where Jewish life flourishes in every city, in every community across our continent. I once heard Rabbi Israel Meir Lau, chairman of the Yad Vashem Council and himself a Holocaust survivor, say that without optimism, we would not have survived. We have to believe in a brighter future. That belief has carried generations, and it carries us now too. It reminds us that even in the darkest times, we have a choice and, frankly, a duty to stand up, to protect, and to keep that hope alive. Thank you.
Inspiring words from the President of the European Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, we Jews know what it's like to live in and work in hostile political environments. And our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, as a Hungarian politician working at the heart of the European Union, will forgive me for saying that I'm sure he's very, very aware of what that's like too. Nonetheless, he's been at our side at conferences, at Auschwitz-Birkenau. He's received awards from us. I could go on and on, giving many, many superlatives about this great, great individual. But perhaps the best I can say is we're proud to call you a true friend. It gives me great pleasure ladies and gentlemen, to invite up to give remarks to Commissioner Oliver Bard-Haley, the European Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare. Please join us on stage.
Thank you very much for the very warm welcome. And since you called me your friend, I want you to be assured that I am. As you are mine. So let's begin by, first of all, expressing my sincere appreciation for Rabbi Margolin and, of course, the entire Jewish Association team for all the work and all the commitment that they are putting out in most difficult times. It is always a privilege to be with you. It is always a privilege to meet so many dedicated representatives of the Jewish community across Europe, because it is your leadership, your resilience, and your unwavering commitment to the Jewish life in Europe which is the most important and which deserves recognition. So, ladies and gentlemen, this gathering takes place at a very serious moment for Europe and for its Jewish communities across. This is evident in the increasing number of anti-Semitic incidents, in acts of intimidation and violence, and in the spread of hatred across multiple spheres of public life. We see it on our streets, on university campuses, online, and increasingly in a broader public debate. We are also seeing persistent attempts to distort historical truth. Holocaust distortion, Holocaust relativization are once again entering the public discourse without much limitation. Conspiracy narratives are circulating even more widely than before. In some cases, terrorism is not only excused, but openly glorified. These are not only isolated incidents. They are symptoms of something much deeper: the growing normalization of anti-Semitism and intolerance. This is a matter of grave concern for all of us, Jews and non-Jews alike. Let me state this in a very clear term, maybe the most simple way. Anti-Semitism has no place in Europe. Hatred and violence have no place in Europe. And the glorification of terror has no place in Europe. Not in our public spaces, not in our institutions, not in our schools or universities, not online, nowhere. Europe must respond to this threat with clarity, consistency, and determination. And I want to state clearly today to you that the Jewish communities can continue to count on me and, of course, on the European Commission. Because we will continue to defend fundamental rights. We will continue to protect and foster Jewish life. And we will continue to fight anti-Semitism. As it is not only a threat to our Jewish communities, it is a fundamental test of our democratic societies. If Europe fails to protect its Jewish minority, then Europe fails itself. If Jewish people do not feel safe in Europe, then Europe is not what it claims to be. Jewish life has been an integral part of Europe for centuries. And the Jewish people must always have a home in Europe, where the Jewish minority is protected, where Jewish life thrives in security and dignity and in full, where fundamental tenets of Jewish identity, religious life, traditions are respected, including the ritual male circumcision. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when Jewish communities are under pressure, Europe must send a clear message. Jewish life belongs to us. Jewish tradition belongs to Europe. And Jewish communities have the right to live in security, dignity, and freedom across our continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for all your support and everything you've done over the many, many years. Ladies and gentlemen, I started off by saying that conference is an opportunity to hear from as many of our Jewish communities as possible, and that indeed is the case. And in fact, over the next 24 hours and indeed into the next day, we'd like to hear as much from you as possible. But we want to try something slightly different this conference. So without spoiling it for you, I'm just going to say, in the meantime, please get your mobile phones ready while I introduce our next guest, who's going to take you through, I'm not going to spoil the surprise. In any case, he's a dear friend of the EGA, a very, very accomplished presenter, radio host, and journalist in the United Kingdom. Some of you will recognize him from previous conferences. Mr. Johnny Gold. Johnny, please join us and take it from here.
What a terrific welcome that was. Thank you, Alex. A very good afternoon to all of you. As Alex said, I'm Johnny Gould. I'm a TV and radio presenter. I'm a podcaster. I write a Substack. Much to my shock, I got in a taxi in Barcelona last week and was verbally assaulted by an Islamist taxi driver who told me first thing, once he'd established that my wife was Jewish and from Morocco, his country as well, he told us proudly and without a hint of hiding or irony that the Jews were the eternal enemy of his people. And that was the start of a 12-minute conversation, which was very tricky indeed. And it's on my Substack for those of you who are interested in reading it. I'm very glad that, glad is probably not the word, but I'm pleased that we're on message together about the global intifada for Jewish communities, because I live near Regent's Park in London, and I was traveling home one afternoon, just walking through the park. It was an early spring day, and on the diorama building, which is owned by the Crown Estate, which is our King, Charles III, and his family, was a massive banner put up which said, globalize the intifada. Globalize in red, the in white, and intifada in green. And the whole banner was black. There was absolutely no reason to think that they meant those words. I hung around waiting there to see what would happen. And then 25 shielded police with batons, perspex covers, and helmets went in and got the building reoccupied as it should have been. What they found in there were not terrorists as they feared that they might have found, but they found like 4 hippies who needed a lesson taught to them, that should never happen again. And that building is now secured under 24-hour guardians. Sadly, it's not really occupied by anyone in a meaningful sense. It used to be the home of the Prince's Trust, which was when Prince Charles was first in line to the throne. It was his charitable mission around the country. And the punchline to all of this is that the diorama building with its sign, "Globalize the Intifada," which was removed ultimately, is in Sir Keir Starmer's constituency. I'll say no more. And now, who's got a mobile phone? No, who's not got a mobile phone? Right, good. Right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do some live polling. And on here, you can see a QR code. And throughout the day, we're going to come up with these polling questions. You have a chance to vote in a yes or no way. I want you to think about how you cast your vote. I know it's a binary suggestion, yes or no, and you might be in a mood on a certain day where you're less generous than other days, but have a think about this question before answering it. I want an answer with as much integrity as possible. The question is, were Jewish communities abandoned after October the 7th? Were Jewish communities abandoned after October the 7th? If you go onto the QR code, you pan in, you should get a link, and then you go straight to a website, and then you can press yes or no, submit. And at some point in real time, we're going to get a polling answer. And then I'm going to go into the audience. I know it's a secret ballot, and you don't have to tell me how you voted, but if you fancy adding to your vote and telling the assembled why you voted in the way you did, that would be really, really informative for all of us. Vote now. So, right. Okay, should we have the results now? Not everyone's voted just yet. How long do we need? The referee's putting up 2 minutes plus time added on for stoppages. Here we go. Okay, so 65 have responded so far. The winner is... Okay, so was your Jewish community abandoned after October the 7th? Unfortunately, 3/4 of us say, yeah, oh, hang on, it's gone down a bit. 72% say yes, and 28%, there's some optimism still here. 28% of you say no. I think that's now in. So 66 respondents, thank you very much indeed for voting. I'll start with, I'm going to try and find an optimist first. I'm going to walk down these stairs. See if I can get down. Always walk downstairs gingerly in public. Right, has anyone, did anyone vote? Anyone vote yes? Anyone say that the Jewish communities were not abandoned? Anyone got some good news? Anyone got some good news? We've got, oh, it's Jonathan. Thank goodness for that. That's why he's here. Jonathan Turner from UK Lawyers for Israel. Jonathan, you said that our Jewish communities in London, presumably, have not been abandoned by the wider community.
Yes, I think that's an exaggeration to say that Jewish communities were abandoned. I think they were kept very much in mind by many people. It's just that, not just perhaps, but many people were grossly misinformed about Israel's necessary response to the atrocities and reached conclusions that that are wrong and which we disagree with. But I don't think it's correct to say that we were abandoned. I think that goes too far.
Thank you. That is Jonathan Turner, and he is the Chief Executive of UK Lawyers for Israel, an incredible organization. Hello, Shannon. Ellen's here, Ellen van Praag, all the way from Utrecht. Are you, let me guess, did you vote 72? And no, excellent.
I didn't vote. My QR code didn't work. But I hope you don't mind. I have an opinion anyway.
Ellen's got an opinion. What would you vote?
I'm hesitant because it's depending on from which side you're looking at it. Our community wasn't abandoned by the government, wasn't abandoned by the city council. Yes, we were abandoned by the Dutch people. That's a completely different approach because we get security and there are people watching us. And after the things that happened in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, we even got a tighter security. So it's a mixed yes and no.
Ellen, thank you very much for that. So we're going to wander around here. And if anyone has trouble, I'll come to you in a moment, madam. And then here you are. Regent's Park's all right, thanks. Yeah. Was it? Thank goodness for that. Regent's Park's okay. Sir, tell me.
Actually, I was tempted, although I voted yes, I was tempted to vote it in the middle. We missed a further thing because it's yes and no. And
That's the Jewish answer, isn't it?
exactly, but we are all, aren't we all? Because in one hand, yes, we felt much abandoned, both, but especially it was vocally and I mean by our leaders and so on, because they pay lip services. I mean, we're still in democracy, so they pay lip services to protect the community. But at the same time, the speech, the discourse toward in the press and so on was much putting the villain was Israel and of course the Jewish community, and that's why I think we should have a third one, in fact.
Alex, should we have a third one next time? Because it's all binary, it's yes or no, isn't it? Yeah, we'll just stick to that. So just press something next time, you know. Very good. Madam, you'd like to say, was it positive or negative?
No, we have been abandoned. We have.
Where are you from, by the way?
Antwerp.
Right.
Yes, here in Belgium. The thing is that there's a lot of pro-Palestinian demonstrations. They have been more and more located in the Jewish quarters. There's a lot of anti-Semitism and attacks on Jews. And now lately, there's a lot of policemen also on the street trying to protect us. And lately, they installed the military. So we say, one way you import the conflict to our streets, and on the other hand, you put the military in, which makes it feel a bit like a plaster on a broken leg. But in the beginning, we felt really abandoned. We hope that the military on the street will help, but we don't know.
I'm sorry it's come to this. We have a police force which doesn't mean the army is often on the streets of our country. There was an incident about, I think, 10 years ago where they decided that the military would routinely parade the streets in London, but that was only done once. And it was extremely uncomfortable to see in Britain when you think about our police, or at least our history of policing in this country.
The problem also is the reactions that you see on the social media. They say, why do they, meaning the Jews, need military? And anyway, they should pay for it themselves. So what is this? I mean, the government is responsible for the security of everyone. So.
Hard question, this one. Who else wants to
I think
Is that it, Alex?
we'll draw a line under
We'll draw a
that.
line on that one, Alex.
We have two more polling questions for you throughout the conference. There'll be ample opportunity. And Johnny, thank you very much for managing that so expertly. And amazingly, other than one problem with the QR code, it went largely without a hitch. So we're very, very happy to hear that. Now, we're going to move straight on to look at a country in specific, communities in focus. And it gives me great pleasure. I'm going to be moderating this next session to invite to join me on stage Shannon Seban, the Executive Director of European Affairs for the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, and also Mr. Olivier Samuel from the Consistoire Israélite du Bas-Rhin in France. So please join me on stage. Thank you. Olivier, enchanté. Please grab a seat. Shannon, lovely to see you. Bonjour. Right beside Olivier. No, I'm fine like this. That's okay. So the microphones are all working, thank God. It makes sense to start with the question that we just had. So I'll start with Shannon. Shannon, do you feel in France that the communities were abandoned after October 7th, or indeed before October 7th?
Right. Thanks a lot. First of all, I'm really happy to be here with you today. It's a great honor to be here. I'm the Executive Director of European Affairs of the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, and we are working very closely with the European Jewish Association, which is doing a wonderful job across Europe. So I would like to thank you again for your invitation. Before to start, so I'm based in France. I was born and raised over there. And to answer your question, I can definitely answer yes. You do have a feeling in France, which is that anti-Semitism is embedded in our daily life, as it is across Europe, basically. And anti-Semitism has even become fashioned. And in order to understand anti-Semitism today, you have to also understand who is behind this. So, of course, when you look at it, you can see that you have Islamism, which is driving anti-Semitism on a daily basis, but you also have political parties and the far left. And I would like also to emphasize on this, because I have been victim also on a personal point of view about anti-Semitism from both the far right before October 7 and from the far left after October 7. So I know how it works. You have figures then, when you look at it, in 2025, according to the last figure for the French Ministry of the Interior, we do have 1,320 anti-Semitic incidents that have been recorded in France, which is more than 3 anti-Semitic incidents a day. That means a lot. Among these anti-Semitic incidents, we can say that 1/3 of them are related to Palestine. So that means a lot, and that means that there is also a huge responsibility which is linked to what happened on October 7. And what's even more preoccupying, according to me, is that you have a large part, if I do remember, it's like 30% of anti-Semitic incidents that took place in educational settings, whether it is middle schools or even universities. What does it mean? That means that, of course, anti-Semitism is becoming fashion, but anti-Semitism is also nurtured and encouraged within schools, within our next and future generations. And that's an issue. So to answer your question in one word, yeah, there is a feeling, but there are also some figures that prove today that anti-Semitism is becoming fashion because of the far left. And also, if I may, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to discuss this again later, we also have a huge responsibility of our legal framework and of the justice. I cannot understand, to give you only one example, that a few months ago, you have 2 individuals that decided to go into a forest and to cut down a tree which was planted in the memory of Hilal Halimi. And that the characteristic of anti-Semitism, like the feature, was not like, you know what I mean, taken by the justice. So that means a lot. There is an issue. So if our justice, if our legal framework is weak, we cannot then be surprised that anti-Semitism is rising and becoming fashion in France and across Europe.
So, thank you, Shannon. Olivier, I mean, you're down Strasbourg, Alsace.
Yeah.
I used to go down there quite a lot because of European Parliament, and I was always
Sure.
very, very aware of the Jewish Quarter, and I'm also very aware that it's a big student town. So, touching upon some of the themes of the far left that Shannon was just talking about, how's it been for you? I mean, do you feel like the community's been abandoned down there, or?
No.
Okay.
I will surprise you. No, but in fact, I would like to start first. I'm sorry for my English. I thought that we speak in French, and I not prepare something in English, but I think it will be okay. If you don't understand, you see me too. Okay.
If it helps, s'il y a des phrases que vous préférez en français, je peux traduire.
Perhaps because it's very specific. First, I would like to go one step back. For me, the question is not abandoned. The question is what we did for the Jewish life. The question is not anti-Semitism. My president have usually to said, anti-Semitism is a problem for anti-Semites. And our target is to be focused on Jewish leader, to be for the Jewish life. And I know that today the question is more focused on anti-Semitism. I understand very well your example because I know how you are involved in and engaged in this combat. But and in parallel for Jewish leaders, my challenge is to support the Jewish life. Before October 7, we make a mix like against anti-Semitism, Jewish life, support local relationship and everything. After, we will change completely our mindset. We will be focused 95% on the Jewish life. And 5%, okay, we speak with external institution, with the state, with the local authority, with Christian, Jewish, Muslim, whatever you want. But it's not the time and the energy that we put in our work is to support the Jewish life. And I would like to insist about one point, is the student. We fail. All together. I said all my time to my Jewish French leadership in France, like the President Elie Korshia of the Consistoire Central, of our friends Joël Mergui, that you know very well here. We fail. They are abandoned. The question that you ask is not are the community are abandoned, but the students are abundant. Just taking consideration that in France, we have 19,000 young people. 40,000 are at Jewish school. 50,000 are not in Jewish school. And where they are? In a big, big, big black story. It's awful. I don't know how to explain. I know that everybody here knows the situation. And I think that compared to speak about about anti-Semitism, we need to support Jewish life, Jewish life, Jewish life.
Okay, so just coming on that point, Olivier, and I'll come back to Shannon because it's worth talking about the students, but I think it also highlights a broader problem in France. Now, one of the things that has driven me literally mad is every time there's a anti-Semitic incident in France, we hear somebody from the French government, sometimes it's even the Président de la République, come out and say anti-Semitism has no place in the Republic. And I feel like saying, well, I'm really sorry, but it's already there. Why are you saying that it's not there? Now, is part of the problem that the government itself makes a distinction between what it regards as anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism? And is France enabling an anti-Semitic environment by default by not standing up against anti-Zionism? So what's your sense of things there, Shannon?
I think you have the double face, one public face and one insider face.
I think, to be fully honest with you, that since October 7, the central point in order to fight anti-Semitism is to tackle and to be brave enough in order to address anti-Zionism. Before October 7, and I would like to make it clear, there have always been anti-Semitic people all around the world. But October 7, 2023, give people who hate Jews a good reason, according to them, in order to hate Jews. But these anti-Semitic traps kind of did exist in the past. Anti-Semitic, like October 7 was only kind of an alibi or pretext for them to be openly anti-Semitic. That's in order, like, you know what I mean, to set the frames. And then you have the question of anti-Zionism. And here, I would like to make it clear, because I can see that there are some debates around also the so-called definition of the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And I can tell you this because, for example, in France, in my country, you do have some people that tells us that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It's just a way in order to express a point of view, and that you can deny the right of the people to have their own states and not be anti-Semitic. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. When you deny the right of the people in order to have their own state, that means that you are against Jews and that you are anti-Semitic. And I would like to make it clear, because I do think that, you know, in the way I'm fighting anti-Semitism on a daily basis, I'm always thinking about solutions and about the future. Of course, we know how it works. We know how clever are people who hate Jews in order to hate Jews and not to go under the law, you know what I mean, to be pursued and so on. So we need to move forward this. And I do think that at the European level, and this is also my work on a daily basis, and I know that this is also you guys in this room, your work, we need to have the more cities that decide and the more organization, whether they are like cultural, sports association, to recognize that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This is not only a symbolic way, you know what I mean? It's also something which is meaningful. And this is like a new form and a new fight we need to address in order to fight anti-Semitism. Because people who hate Jews will always tell you, why are you telling me that they hate Jews? Because they have never been condemned. Okay, so we will make our legal framework evolve in order to have you be condemned by the justice. And I think that this is really important, and we have to fight for this specific thing right now.
Please, Olivier.
Okay, very interesting, because I will add something. It's not in opposition. It's add something. In my city in Strasbourg, we have a green mayor. It was
Ecolo, right?
Ecolo. It was awful. It was 6 years, 5 years. Very, you know, I have 50 years old. I start my militant story, I think like 30, 40 years, you know. I start with the right, extreme right, with anti-Semitism, very strong, very clear.
Le Penisme.
Yes, very, very clear, Le Pen, like typically. And it was like a shock for me 5 years ago when we start with this Ecolo mayor, because we haven't the mindset. We hadn't the mindset how to fight, how to manage the relationship, how to be polite but to be against, it was awful, really, and like you explained. But in the other side, I would like to explain you, it's not but in parallel, in France we have a state. It's not the politician, it's not the mayor, it's not the president, it's the administration, it's a professional of the state. And I need to tell you that in my day-to-day, yom-yom, like you said, when I have a meeting in Strasbourg in the prefecture, this is, I don't know how we said in English. Comment l'État qui est le responsable de l'État en région.
So basically an administrative servant, a sort of civil servant who's in charge of a region?
Yes, a delegate of the state.
It's like the representative also of the government,
yeah,
within kind of a department, which is an area that gathers many cities, kind of. It is like the representatives of the states for, let's say, 40 cities.
Yeah, this delegate is 100, 150, like 1,100% support. It's years, every day with the police, with the, how we said, avec la justice, with the lawyer, with everything. It's very clear. There is no, there is no discussion, really. When we need some support for the police, we have. When we need some support for the local, to attack some anti-Semitism somewhere, we have. In the small attitude we see every day, every time, they are just front of us to support the situation, really.
So that's kind of a bit of a dichotomy in a way, because on the one hand, you've got, and I'm referring back to what the president said before he recognized Palestinian state. And one of the reasons that he said, I'm not sure if it was a hot mic moment, but he said, I have to do this because of enormous domestic pressure, enormous political pressure. So on the one hand, you've got Palestinian recognition, which a lot of people regard as a negation or of a Jewish state. But by negating the Jewish state, it effectively becomes a negation of Jewish life anyway. But then you end up with this weird situation where we're supporting Jewish life in France, we'll do everything we can for you, but we're also enabling this environment. So I'm aware that time is marching on and one shouldn't only focus on negative. So other than the clear pressures that we have from the left and obviously the far right, there's still a debate going on within France about how one should engage with the far right, and I know that's something that is indeed problematic. But if you had a baguette magique or a magic wand, okay, so Shannon, your wish list for what Jewish life should be like in France and what would be needed to enable that environment, what do you think needs to happen? And then I'll come to you, Olivier, and you can tell me what you think. Shannon, sorry, I know that's a very broad question, but if you could give us your sense of things.
Thanks a lot for this question, because I always love when something is like optimistic at some point. So if the question is what will be the ideal Jewish life in France, I will say that in France we do have also a huge role to play when it comes to protecting Jewish life, because I just would like also to remind you that in Europe, France is the country which is home to largest Jewish community across Europe, and in Paris also you do have an important Jewish community. What's come to my mind on a daily basis is that today you do have a too large number of Jewish students that are afraid to go in schools because they are afraid of being boycotted, because they are afraid of not being allowed in order to enter the classroom, or just because they are afraid of being victim of anti-Semitism or being marginalized, whether it is like, working group, let's say homework or something like that. And I do receive on a daily basis some messages from both parents and students that are afraid and don't know how to react. Let's take this. A few days ago, in La Sorbonne, Sciences Po, in many universities, you have plenty of students that were encouraged by the members of La France Insoumise, and they decided to enter the universities with Palestinian flags and telling that Israel is like doing a genocide and so on. And we know the rhetoric, we know it. It's coming like very often and so on. It's kind of small music that is becoming fashion across the political landscape. And I do think that this is particularly preoccupying, because I do think that our main focus should be to protect our universities and our school in order for them to remain safe places for Jews. Then you have synagogues. How can you imagine that today, when you are Jewish, you cannot go into a synagogue and you are afraid of this? I'm pretty sure that in this room, many of you have heard some of your colleagues, some of your friends who told you, this year I won't go to pray in the synagogues, I'm afraid, kind of. And in Brussels, here, in Belgium, you do have soldiers now, not even police officers. You do have soldiers in order to protect synagogues. That means a lot. That means a lot. And my ideal world at some point will be a world where you have something which is like a wake-up call. And I do have the feeling right now that you have a part of the population, whether it is in France or all across Europe, that is kind of afraid in order to address this issue, in order to speak, in order to say that this is not tolerable. So when you don't say, when you don't denounce, that means that you are kind of complicit at some point. And that's something that makes me like really afraid. So my ideal world will be a world where Jews are protected everywhere, where you do have some governments and municipalities that are brave enough in order to take measures in order to protect their Jewish communities, and where you have all communities, whether they are Jewish, Christian, Muslims, Buddhist, atheist, I don't know, that stand up all together in order to fight anti-Semitism, to condemn anti-Semitism, as they can condemn any kind of racism, discrimination.
Very simple. For €1 of protection, €1 of Jewish life support. We need to have Jewish center. We need to have more Jewish school. We need to think about out of the box for all the students are not, or all the children are not in Jewish school, how to support their Jewish identity in outside the school. Focus on children, focus on education, but not for. I don't know what is. I'm sure that is very interesting to think about university. Anti-Semitist, or everybody. But if we have a strong Jewish young student, children, have a good time on the GCC and Jewish Center community, in the synagogue, in the school, in their family, the future of our community will be strong. You need to just give you an example. During I'm a board member since 7 years in Strasbourg. And in the parallel, we start with, I think, 28 synagogue. Today we are 45. We start, the community grown. We need to support the structures, the infrastructure of this community in parallel of the cash that we spend for the protection. We are so focused in the protection. We need to be open mind on the infrastructure.
Sure. Now, this is something that we hear fairly often, in fact, from our Jewish community leaders. Unfortunately, the fact that, not always in every country, security is paid for by the state, which means that a lot of Jewish communities are having to pay for their own security at the expense of some of the things that you're talking about. Now, just as a final thought, because we do have literally a couple of minutes left. I remember about 2 years ago, I was in Paris in the Centre Européen de Judaïsme, wonderful building. And we did a boot camp. EGA regularly trains young people and tries to bring forward the next levels of advocates. And we're very happy and proud to do that. But I remember feeling a bit sort of, we just finished Pesach, so I was feeling a bit chametzi, a bit proud of myself. And I said to myself, oh, we're doing okay. We've got 100 people in the room. And then I remember walking around upstairs and I saw this room full of young families. And I said to the guy, what's going on in here? And it was a Jewish agency. And it was a whole bunch of young French Jewish families who were preparing to make Aliyah. So I guess my final question is this. We're a hopelessly optimistic people. Are you optimistic for the future of Jewish life in France? In a very, very short sentence. I mean, how do you think in 5 years' time, it's the old interview question, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? Where do you see Jewish life in France going unless there's dramatic change? Shannon?
I am an optimistic person, but I try to be a lucid person, not naive. I don't think that the Jewish community in France is going to rise in the next years, to be fully honest with you. What I can say is that on a daily basis, I can see some friends of mine, some colleagues of mine, some Jewish people that I can discuss with, whether it is in restaurants or synagogues and so on. They do tell me that they would like to leave France, and they also want to leave Europe, basically. What they say is that Europe is lost and that we cannot do anything about it. Because a few days ago, basically yesterday, we commemorate like Yom HaShoah. I just would like to remind everyone that it's in Europe that took place the most important massacre of Jewish in the history.
Right.
And we do have today a huge responsibility in order to protect this Jewish heritage across Europe. So that's my main message. So of course I do understand, and I don't want to blame those people who are deciding to escape and to go in Israel or in the United States or elsewhere across the world in order to settle and to start their life again. But what I will say is that we do have here Jewish people in Europe a huge responsibility to play in order to protect Jewish community, in order to make Jewish community feel safer, because otherwise, you know, my motto when I wake up in the morning is that it's when it's difficult that you have to stay. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult for Jewish leaders, for those who are advocating and fighting for Jewish communities being safe and so on. But if everyone decides to escape, what will remain in Europe?
Sure.
That means that they will win at the end. And I'm sorry, this is not my conception. So, and my vision. So we need to be fighter. We need to be like real fighter. We need to work all together to join our forces. And at the end, I think that fighters can win. So we need to protect this heritage.
Olivier, you're going to stick on your boxing gloves?
I'm full agree, and I will support this intervention to finish. In my point of view, it's to be focused on the leadership. Young leadership is the future of our community, but in fact, it's not the future; it's the present of our community. If we continue to be focused so many times of our anti-Semite people and everything, we lose a lot of time, we lose a lot of energy, we lose a lot of money. Imagine all this time, all this money, all this energy to be focused on the leadership about Jewish of our community, and I think it will progress a lot. And just to finish in the same way, we in Strasbourg we think a lot about how to explain to you. We are optimists if we invest in the right case, in the right time, in the long term. It's a very opposite, it should be in opposition that we spoke, because usually we spoke about crisis. Crisis is just, I start with, we have an attentat in Strasbourg, if you remember. It was the first crisis that I managed. We have a crisis with a cemetery. There is some, it was awful with many tags in the cemetery. It was a crisis. After we had the COVID, it was a crisis, but it was a crisis in 2-3 years. After we have a crisis with October 7, but it was 2-3 years too. In fact, we need to change our mindset. It's not crisis time per time. It's in fact tension in a long term, and we need to adapt our infrastructure and our posture to this challenge.
Okay. Unfortunately, time is against us, and I hope I'm not going to lose my British passport here, but I will say, Vive la France. It's inspiring to hear.
Liberty, equality, fraternity. We need to be focused on fraternity.
Please continue, Shannon, your inspiring work. We're huge fans of yours. Olivier, it's the first time I've had the opportunity to meet with you.
Thank you.
And it's not going to be the last time, I can assure you. Thank you for your wisdom and your forbearance as well.
I wait you in Strasbourg when you want.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we gallop ever onwards, and I'm going to hand over to my dear esteemed colleague who's going to handle the next panel for you. That is Ruth Wasserman-Lande, who is our special advisor for international affairs. Ruth, please join me on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, and thank you so much for taking your time to join us. If you haven't had nightmares until now, this is the time. So hopefully you've eaten a while ago and you will be able to have digested your food, because what we're going to talk about is the stomach ache of the continent and the entire world, and that is extremism and what do we do about it. So it is an honor for me to invite two of the three speakers that will be on the panel. I will mention the third speaker because he is a minute or two away and will join us, please God, very shortly. So Dr. Hans Jakob Schindler, Senior Director of the Counter-Extremism Project, CEP, and the Auschwitz Research Center on Hate, Extremism, and Radicalization. I promise stomach aches, there we go. So Dr. Hans Jakob Schindler, please join me. Mr. Jonathan Turner, excuse me, let me just tell you, it's a very long and beautiful resume. He is a barrister and chief executive of UK Lawyers for Israel, an association of lawyers who use the law to counter anti-Israel and anti-Semitic activities, and executive director of the connected charity that is UK LFI Charitable Trust. Jonathan, please be so kind as to join us as well. And without him being in the room just yet, will join us shortly Claude Moniquier, a former journalist, worked for 20 years in the French intelligence services. For the past 25 years, he has co-directed the ESISC, a research center on security issues that advises police and intelligence agencies. And he is the author of some, hold tight, 20 books on intelligence, terrorism, and contemporary history. So stomach aches, here we go. If we don't make light of the subject, it'll be a little bit too heavy to digest. So let's get right to it. I just want to share with you that I spent 3 years in an Arab country, in Egypt, as the deputy ambassador. I know I don't look it, but I'm an expert on Arab affairs. And it has been worrying me profusely, the rise in extremism, the very systematic, very, very well mandated and well budgeted mechanism of indoctrination, infiltration into Western societies by extremist factors, including countries like Qatar, the Islamic Republic of Iran, but not only, and really becoming almost an inherent part of Western society and impacting on the mindset, on what is trendy. We heard in the French panel that it's now trendy to be anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist, and so on. But here I want to focus not on anti-Semitism alone, but on hatred, on bigotry, on the infestation of antagonism towards the very values that all of us hold dear. And I'd like to start with you, please, Hans Jakob, to explain what you do very shortly and what the problem is, if you can. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the European Jewish Association, in particular, Alex, for the very kind invitation. Just a disclaimer, I'm a former German member of a security authority, spent 6 years in that capacity in Iran. And I've been looking at counterterrorism issues, both at the national level, but also as the counterterrorism sanctions coordinator for the United Nations Security Council for 25 years before joining my two organizations right now. The definition of craziness is to do the same thing over and over again and then expect different results. That's truism. We've heard already about reasons, good reasons, bad reasons. I don't need to tell anyone in this room that anti-Semites, terrorists and violent extremists will always have a reason. If it's not Gaza, it's Iran. If it's not Iran, it's Lebanon. If it's not Lebanon, it's going to be something else. What is really different is that we have a wave of violence and extremism in Europe that can no longer just be explained by good or bad reason or fashion. What really is missing in the approach of European governments, and my organizations are working with security authorities around Europe to change that, is a new conceptual approach to this. So what we are doing right now is a bottom-up approach. We're going after every single crime, we're trying to prosecute it, we're trying to find the terrorists, we're trying to prosecute them. That's, of course, something that government needs to do. We are rule of law countries here in Europe. However, that's no longer sufficient by far. The rise of anti-Semitic attacks, the rise of terrorist violence, and just incidentally, Germany experienced the largest wave of terrorist attack in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany since 1949, between May 2024 and May 2025, with 9 terror attacks in 12 months. That cannot be explained by good reasons. We need to take a network-centric approach. This is not incidents. This is actual organized networks that are interconnected. And if you want a very concrete example, I'm sure everyone knows what and who Samidun is in this room. The Samidun Germany chapter, before it was banned, had the same bank account as a left-wing extremist group. They actually shared the same bank account. So we need to target the capacities of these networks, which is the resources and the opportunity.
Not everybody knows what Samidun is, so if you can please explain.
So Samidun is a, on the face of it, a prisoner support network for political prisoners. And in inverted commas, what they mean by that is PFLP and Hamas prisoners in prisons in Israel, as well as in Europe and the United States and Canada. So it is really just a front organization, started out as a front organization for PFLP, is now a front organization for PFLP and Hamas in Europe, founded in the United States, banned in Germany in 2024. So they shared the same bank account for their donations of a left-wing extremist group. So you see these new found alliances. So the target needs to be the capacity of the network. First, you need to understand these are networks. These are not individual perpetrators. These are not incidents. These are organized networks who conduct violence in a very strategic manner. And so the target needs to be the capacity, which is the function of resources and the opportunity. Now, we cannot take the opportunity away. I said there's always going to be good, bad, or any reason why this is happening, but we can target the resources. And that is the core of what my argument with European governments is we do leave our extremists and terrorists and anti-Semites with their money pretty much alone. We have not effectively targeted that, and there are ways to do this.
Quick question. You say target the networks and target the money. When you proscribe an organization like Samidun is outlawed in Germany, for example, is that not sufficient? Please explain shortly.
Never sufficient. You ban a group, that means legally that group gets dissolved, it's now illegal, but the people are still there. So, you know, they call themselves Samidun, and now they call themselves Mazhab Adil, which is not banned. But it's the same, 8 out of the 9 leaders of Samidun are the leaders of Mazhab Adil. So then you can ban Mazhab Adil, and then they will call themselves something else. That's a necessary but not sufficient approach. You need to follow up with actually disrupting their ability to do something.
I'll come back to you and be a nudnik, as we like to say, a little bit after. But thank you for that very important introduction. Jonathan, if you could please share with us what it is that you do with particular, if you can, target the extremism that you deal with in terms of anti-Semitism, but not only, if possible.
Yes, so we're essentially an association of lawyers, and so we use legal tools or invoking the law, we don't necessarily go to court. In fact, we do that only very rarely. We primarily achieve at least some of our objectives. We don't win all the time, but we do manage to do quite a lot. We do it by writing letters to people who do actually want to comply with the law, but need to know the facts, need to be pressed a bit because it's too easy to do nothing, and needs the law to be explained because sometimes they're told a completely ridiculous story by our enemies that seems superficially plausible, but we show why it's all wrong. We deal quite a lot with financing of terrorism, which obviously is a major issue. And we write to banks, we write to governments, we write to companies, we write to other organizations as well. And particularly, actually, one of the main routes of finance of terrorist organizations is via charities or NGOs with supposedly beneficent objects, a bit like Samadun, of course, but really they are terrorists in disguise, they're fronts for terrorists. And sometimes they're charities that are taken in by terrorists, but we try and make sure that people realize the true nature of these organizations and don't provide any money or facilities or possibilities for transferring funds or internet facilities or advertising, etc. And so that's one big area, but we deal much more broadly with the problem of hate of Jews and hate of Israel. We deal with matters at universities. We try and ensure that university authorities actually do something about it instead of just fearing too much that if they do something about it, they'll get angst, let's say, from they'll get opposition and possibly a bit of violence from our enemies. We try and make them sufficiently afraid of what we might be able to do to them by non-violent means, I hasten to add, that will discourage them. And doctors in hospitals, we've had a big problem of doctors in the medical services in the UK have expressed the most horrible things and really undermines the confidence of Jewish and perhaps other patients as well. And so there are professional regulations for doctors, dentists, teachers, whatever. We try and get those enforced. And possibly criminal offences are committed as well. We try and get the police to enforce those. And you can read our website with lots of details about all this work. And in sports as well, when people, sports associations have lots of rules about courteous behavior and not undermining people and playing the game fairly and so on. We can invoke those rules and stop some of the expressions of hostility towards Israelis and Jews and cancellations of matches and so on. Doesn't always work, but quite often we do succeed. So that's a summary.
So if I may just sum up for Claude, who just came in, and thank you. We have here Hans Jakob saying that even if an organization like Samidun in Germany is outlawed, for example, there needs to be a going after networks. There needs to be an understanding that there are networks at work, and budget and financing needs to be addressed. Jonathan Turner, who is an expert, a legal expert, and does amazing work in the UK, please correct me if I'm wrong, specifically gave the angle of going after organizations from the legal basis. Are you doing something that's anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist, anti the values that the West in general respects? We will go after you legally. We will make sure that you understand that if you don't do what is necessary as an institution and organization, we will help you to do the right thing via the law. Claude, if you can please share with us, what is it that you do? What is the angle via which you feel that this rising extremism in Europe is basically eating away, which is eating away at the very core of everything that we hold dear? What is being done? Later, we'll talk about what needs to still be done.
Yes, what must be done is, of course, the big question. I think that a lot of things are already done since the terrorist attack of Daesh, the Islamic State, between 14 and 17 in Europe. By the way, it began in Brussels with the attack on the Jewish Museum in May 2014. A lot of things have been adapted. Some legislation have changed, but we still have some concern. For instance, if you take the question, the problem of the custody, the police custody, the detention before a process, during the investigation. You have a large gap between the countries in Europe. In France, you can keep a terrorist in jail for interrogation for at least 4 days. It can come to 6 days, 122 hours, 24 hours, if there is an immediate threat of attack. In UK, which is not in the European Union, of course, but it's very near the European Union. In UK, it can go to 22 or 28 days. The custody for the suspect in terrorist affairs. But in Belgium, for instance, it's 24 to 48 hours. In most of the countries in Europe, it's still between 24 and 48 hours, which is not enough, clearly.
Quick question. You're talking about getting hold of someone who did something wrong and the different timings which the law enables in different countries to create the investigation before there is an indictment or something like that. But I want to make it more difficult because you caught 1, you caught 2, you caught 5, you caught 50. Hans Jakob speaks about networks. In my opening remarks, I spoke about countries and huge institutions, foundations that have for decades really pumped up budget-wise these networks and placed in different institutions. Let's talk about Europe. In almost every corner of European life, people, what needs to be done, not separately in Germany, separately in the UK, separately in Belgium, but on the European level? And is there something that can be done? Because Hans Jakob said proscribing is no longer enough.
Yes, of course, something could be done, but it's very difficult. Personally, I'm mainly dealing with terrorists, with people who do things or plan to do things. But we don't address, in Europe, we don't address the ideology. That's the main point. We don't address, for instance, in Brussels specifically, you have a lot of organizations working with the European Union, the European Commission, infiltrating the European Commission, and we know that those organizations are directly linked and controlled by the Muslim Brothers, and they have an open bar in the European Commission.
Will proscribing, and this I actually give to all of you to answer, proscribing the Muslim Brotherhood in the various countries and on the pan-European level, will that be enough? Because we know that there are almost on a daily basis different organizations popping up, as you said, called all kinds of things, that it takes time to prove that they have links to the Muslim Brotherhood. So what do we do?
If I may start. It is pretty much the same thing with the discussion that we had with the declaration of the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization within Europe. It's wonderful that it's now finally done, but if that's the only thing you do, if you declare the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization in the European Union, and you think you solved the problem, you will be very, very quickly convinced that that's not the case. You will not see a real change just because of that. It's necessary, it makes things easier, it makes his work easier, it makes his work easier, but you will run an never-ending, ever steeper hill if that's all that you do. That's why I said in my opening sentence, the definition of craziness is to do the same thing over and then over and expect different results. Networks that I'm talking about, networks need money, money needs structure. And the sweetness about the network-centric approach is you don't need to change any laws. You just need to use the capabilities, the capacities of, and the legal framework of the government that exists already in a smarter way. I've yet come across, and we looked at many in many different ideological milieus, any commercial structure of a violent extremist or terrorist group that did pay their taxes correctly. However, if you are investigating on tax purposes, that network is more sustainably disrupted than if you arrest 2 of its members, because they have to reorganize. So what you need to do is you drive the target ahead of yourself by using the limited resources that you have in Europe in the security services in a more strategic, in a smarter, in a more effective approach. I'm not arguing against arresting people. That's still going to have to go on. As I said, it's a rule of law society, so crimes will always going to be punished, but it's not sufficient anymore to stop there.
You're saying go after the money, but be smart about the money. Go after the nitty-gritty of the money by actually leveraging those institutions, tax invasion issues and stuff like that, throughout Europe.
Yeah, there was a violent extremist network in Germany that was brought down by the authorities on the non-vaccination of the cows that they were selling, right? So
non-vaccination?
Non-vaccination. There's a European rule that cows needs to be vaccinated if you want to sell the meat. They violated, that farm ended, that network had to reorganize. So it is a fight, but it's a fight that has the sweet aspect to it. You don't have to have a political discussion about whether or not you're tolerant enough for ideas, because none of the European Union countries have a basic right to evade your taxes or to violate regulations. You just have to be smart in understanding where are the bottlenecks of the commercial structure, where's the weakness, and where are they making mistake. And every single one of the structures is
mistakes. Is it doable, Jonathan?
Well, yes, and that's what we spend a lot of the time doing. It's important to be aware that there are different laws. There are different laws from different countries, unions, internationally as well, and they have different scopes. And even within a country, you will have different laws with different scopes. Even within the field of terrorism, counter-terrorism in the strict sense, there will be different laws. So, for example, in the United Kingdom, there is designation, as we call it in the UK, under asset freezing legislation, which corresponds to the EU legislation on asset freezing. But there's a whole separate system which is more draconian, called prescription under the Terrorism Acts, which makes it illegal to support a terrorist organization, to express views supportive of a terrorism organization, being reckless as to whether it will encourage people to support the terrorism organization, to organize meetings and so on. You can use those laws, and you can also, with ingenuity, as you've just described, one can use lots of other laws to indirectly achieve objects. And that's
because prescription is a really risky path. You have seen the amount of work that the British government put behind the prescription of Palestine Action, only to be being thrown out by a court decision.
Because it is perceived as a very political act, whereas cows are a little bit less, I assume.
That's the thing. No one really pays a lot of attention when you go that road. And it is really hard to argue. I always say I want radical equality among all extremists, right?
I love that, radical equality among all extremists, but allow me to ask Claude.
Well, can I just, because people may not understand. So the Palestine Action decision is being appealed, and there is reasonable likelihood, I would say, that that will be overturned and that the prescription will be restored. The police are actually still arresting people in relation to that. So we'll have to see what happens. I wouldn't suggest that that's a dead letter at this stage by any means.
Well, thank you for that. Claude, you mentioned a word that I think is very much a key, not to the, I think there is a European equivalent of Advil to the problem. So it's not only taking care of the problem, but taking care of the root problem. You mentioned the word ideology, indoctrination, education, incitement. Please, please help me to understand what is and can be done about it shortly, if possible.
As shortly as possible. Yes. What can be done? First of all, we have to get a political decision. We have to get the political parties in Europe making an agreement on that. And if we take the case of Belgium, for instance, after the terrorist attack of 2016 in the airport, not so far from here, and in the metro near the European Commission, we had a parliamentary investigation commission. It had to discuss 2 points: radicalization and terrorism, counterterrorism. On counterterrorism, we didn't get a lot of problems, but when it came to the process of radicalization, so to ideology, we had a clear rift, a clear gap between the left parties, the Greens and the Socialists, not to name them, and the Liberal and the NVA, which were much more engaged in the idea to make something about radicalization, but at the end of the day, it was not done because we didn't get an agreement. And this is a problem in most of the countries in Europe.
So you're saying basically, if I may understand correctly, there is a lack of political will amidst European leaders
in the
left, I'm quoting, to tackle radicalization, indoctrination, incitement, and education for extremism.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
This is extremely clear. On the left side, on the green side of the political world in Europe, we have this problem each day.
Okay, I'd love to talk to you for another 5 hours, but since we have 1 minute left, please, in order not to give stomach aches to our audience, but to give them something to go home with, one last sentence that is operative and hopefully optimistic, if possible, my friends.
Okay, well, I'm just on the subject of ingenuity. We arrested a whole flotilla of ships carrying terrorist proxies on the grounds that there were defects in the ships that made them unseaworthy. So it gives you, with a bit of ingenuity, one can achieve results that you won't be able to achieve by other means.
Exactly.
It's like the cow.
This is a scary situation, but in the first panel we had the sentence, Europe is lost. Europe is, in my opinion, not lost, and there's enough goodwill among decision makers, including in the security services, including now in the Council of Europe, who's taken up the network-centric approach and is writing on a recommendation, that we can win this fight. The extremists are neither stronger nor smarter than the collective will of
I
European
love
Union.
that. I love that as a quote. So there is hope for European decision makers to still do something about the rising extremism.
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. And lastly, Claude Monique.
Yes, there is a reason to be optimistic in counterterrorism, not in conjuring the ideology, the roots. On the roots, we are very weak, but in counterterrorism, we are very good. most of the terrorist attacks in Europe are averted. They failed. And this is because the work of the intelligence and police service. But to give highest word, we must continue to speak to everyone. For instance, for the moment, we don't have exchanges with the Russian intelligence service for obvious reasons. I don't discuss the reasons, but they have a lot of information on the Islamic State in Khorasan, which is today the most important terrorist organization linked to the
Which one?
Islamic State in Khorasan,
Islamic
ISK,
State in Khorasan.
which is the most dangerous organization in Europe today.
So you've opened a whole new issue, which we cannot delve into, but thank you for your patience and very much thank you for all the work, the amazing work that you're committed to and do diligently. Thank you.
Okay, without further ado, it's time to hear from you again. So I'm going to hand over to my dear colleague, Mr. Johnny Gold, who's going to ask this conference another probing question. Johnny, over to you, sir.
I do love gossiping with the guests. That was Jonathan Turner. I do, without a hint of irony, call him Superman for the amazing legal logistics that he does in winning these extraordinary battles for Israel and the Jewish diaspora. It's the UK Lawyers for Israel, and you will find a lot about them on their website. You'll find them on Google, and it's also the home of Natasha Hausdorff as well. So a bit of celebrity as well. And while we're waiting for our next discussion, it's time for live polling. That's right, live polling. And we're going to ask this question, aren't we? We're going to ask a live question. We are. Ah, here we are. Okay. And we're going to ask this live question. Okay. Okay, it's the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. National strategies that are being worked out to combat anti-Semitism. Isn't there something rivaling this called the Jerusalem Doctrine as well? Are they helping? Is the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism helping? There was that frenzy of adoption of the IHRA definition when it came around, and on a slightly more humble level, it was brought in by my football club, Aston Villa, and our supporters trust. The supporters trust, with me there in the meeting, decided, and I was the only Jewish member, decided, well, it all seems like a good idea, why don't we do it? Without sort of thinking that, you know, the consequences of it. Everyone went with it. It all seemed like a good idea. And then about 2 weeks later, all hell let loose, ending up in my resignation from the supporters trust and kind of my excommunication from my football club, which was extremely sad. So what did I do? I thought, well, I still love Villa like a fool. So I'm going to have to develop my own friendships with people who are nice to me. So I've set up a WhatsApp group of Aston Villa supporters, namely Nick Timothy MP, Lord Ian Austin, Mark Rowley, the head of Metropolitan Police, and Andrew Fox. So they're in my little elite group. The rules of our little WhatsApp group is we can only talk about Villa and not about politics. And so that's how I navigate my day, supporting that. But here is the question. If you can get your iPhones or your other phones up to the screen and answer this question. National strategies and the IHRA definition, are they helping the Jewish diaspora? We have 37 responded so far, so I'm going to do a little bit more. Keep going. Keep going. I want a very big turnout. I don't know, I want a very big turnout. I want a turnout like your future depends on it. You know, the Hungarian election yesterday had 75% turnout, didn't it? Cool, they were taking it seriously, weren't they? Democracy is a novelty, isn't it? Very nice. 38, keep going. Who hasn't pointed their phone at the screen yet? I might have a vote. There we go. 39. I'm going to have a vote. Okay. We've got 41 so far. Okay. So I voted. I'll keep my vote secret. Okay, shall we reveal the schools on the doors? Ah, okay. So we're a bit split here, 55-45. People say it helps. Some people say it doesn't help. Okay, so a legal framework. Jonathan Turner's just been talking about how law can combat anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition certainly does that. And I'm delighted to say that we have a majority of optimists here. So who wants to big up the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism? Who voted yes, it's helping? Who said yes, it's helping? Is this schluff time? Is this schluff time? It is. We've got too much carbohydrate. Here we go. Here we go. The IHRA definition and other strategies, is it helping?
Of course, it's helping. It's not enough because it's words and it should also be followed by action. But this is the start where it's very helpful that there is a clear definition. I think there should also be a clear definition of Zionism that would also be helpful, but it's also not enough because that's where we can start a discussion, at least.
I was very pleased that Bradford, the city of Bradford in West Yorkshire in England, adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism as George Galloway declared it an Israeli free zone via his Twitter feed. So well done to Bradford. Sir, is it helping?
It depends what you do with the definition. It must be approved by the legislator to give a tool, an instrument to cope and to fight against anti-Semitism. If you have a law, it has to be a law. And you do nothing with it, what can you do? I give you an example. A writer called Brusselmans wrote in 2024, when I see what happens in Gaza, I think of my little boy, and when I see a Jew, I want to take a knife and to kill him. He has been acquitted because that is not a sign of anti-Semitism. If you have a law based on this definition, then the judge has an instrument, has a tool, as well as the complaining parties, to say, oh, it is anti-Semitism because it's the law. Actually, we don't have that instrument.
Okay, thank you. We need to apply the law correctly, and the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism will do that. Thank you, sir, very much. Hello. Hello, Robert.
Hello. I'm a yes. I think the provenance of the definition carries a huge amount of weight with people. It's the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. So given that as a background, if you use that as a tool to push back against what you think is Jew hate, anti-Semitism in a particular organization or group of people, I think they'll take notice. So I think it is helping.
It's helping. Well, look, thank you for this, guys. It's a breakout of optimism, which I'm very pleased about. Any chance of more, or are we moving on to the next thing? We've got another 4 hours before we go to the next event, apparently. Anyone else wants to talk about the IHRA definition? Is it helping? A lot of people are saying it is helping. Anyone who's slightly more pessimistic about these words in changing the mood of judges in implementing it, and societies in particular? After all, it is societies and organizations that install the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And in my narrow experience of its institution, it didn't help at all. But I am pleased to say that other people are more optimistic. Anyone else who wants to talk about this? Anyone for anyone? I feel like an auctioneer. Going, gone, sold. And we now move on with the rest of the conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you as always, Johnny. Thank you, sir. Moving on, it now gives me great pleasure to invite up a dear colleague of ours who's going to introduce our next speaker. That is Mr. Michael Freilich, who is a MP here in Belgium, who also happens to be the EGA's Special Envoy for Intercultural Dialogue and Holocaust Remembrance. So, Michael, to introduce our next guest speaker, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Alex. He has been called a rock star. He has been called a rebel, but I call him a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker. In times of rising anti-Semitism, many have chosen silence. Many look away, but not him. He has chosen to speak out clearly, consistently, and courageously. He has stood with the Jewish people, with the Jewish community, and with the Jewish nation, not only in words, but through action. I'm proud to call him not only a friend, but also a colleague in the Belgian Federal Parliament. Beyond his role as a parliament member, he also serves as the president of the Mouvement Réformateur, the only true liberal party in this country, where he has shown strong leadership, clarity of vision, and a willingness to take a stand when it matters most. As you will hear, he is not afraid to speak his mind. He brings conviction, courage, and a voice that is all too rare in Europe today. Frankly, we could use more voices like his in the fight against rising Jew hatred, both here in Belgium and across our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Georges-Louis Boucher.
Thank you very much for the honor to take the place here, to take the floor, to address you today. Some words. It's really important for me to be here because your commitment to memory, security, and the dignity of Jews in Europe lies at the very heart of what our continent must be: a Europe of freedom, pluralism, and respect for the human people. We know this. The anti-Semitism has not disappeared. It is once again manifesting itself in our streets, on social media every day, on certain campuses, in slogans where a treat of Israel too often merge with a treat of Jews. It's sometimes disguising itself in the language of so-called anti-colonial or progressive activism. But the poison is the same: to single out the Jews, to single out Israel as a target. I think it's really important to understand why. And it is important to be not naive. When some group, political group or association are against Israel or United States, it's because this organization are against the West. They are against our values. And it is very special in the West that a part of politicians, a part of elite, professor or university, for example, or some people in the media are against our values. It's very strange. And I think we are the only location in the world where it is the case. Normally, when you are a member of a community or of a country, you protect your country. You protect your values. In the West, it is totally different. We have a lot of people, and very often the winner of the system, who are against the system. They are against liberalism, they are against free market, they are against values. And it is not strange that this organization are against the United States, because this is the flagship of the West, but also they are against Israel. Because for these people, Israel, it's looked like the last colony in the Middle East. For these people, Israel is too much representative of our values, of our continent. And it is the reason why it's so important, in my point of view, that all the Democrats in the world have to be with, we stand with Israel. Because it's possible, and it is normal in the democracy. It is a big difference between Israel and the other countries, that you are not in favor for a government of a political party. It's the normal debate in a democracy. But it is totally not acceptable to be against a country, to be against a population. Face of this, the state as not negotiable. Protect its Jewish citizen is our goal. It is our mission. It is our responsibility. Protecting the Jewish community is not a symbolic gesture. It's about protecting the very core of our democracy. As liberals, we defend freedom of religion, freedom of association, and the security for every individual. Concretely, because in politics today there is a lot of words, but not too often concrete action. Concretely, my words means ensuring strengthened and lasting protection of synagogues, Jewish schools, and community center. Providing police and intelligence services with the means to identify and neutralize anti-Semitic threats, whether they come from the far right, the far left, or radicalism, Islamism. Adopting a firm criminal policy against anti-Semitic acts, assault threats, and also incitement to a threat in the digital sphere. But effective action against anti-Semitism also requires coordination, not only reactive measure, but a structural, permanent response within the state itself. This is why my political party, the MR, has long been calling for the rapid appointment of a federal coordinator for the fight against anti-Semitism. This is not like actually a simple formality, a bureaucratic administrative formality. It is a political statement that combating anti-Semitism is a national priority that demands a dedicated interlocutor, a clear mandate, and a direct line to government. Too much time has already passed. The Jewish community deserves a single point of reference within the Belgian state. Someone who connects the security services, the judiciary, civil society, and the political world, and who ensures that commitments do not remain mere words. We demand that this appointment be made without further delay. But we wanted to go further, not only to respond to individual acts, but to tackle the organized structure of a threat. This is the purpose of the bill put forward by our Minister of the Interior and Security, Bernard Quintin, which aims to enable the state to ban radical and extremism organizations that incite a threat and threaten the democratic order. The objective is clear: to prevent associations, collectives, or platforms from using our freedom to undermine our democracy and spread a threat of Jews and of Israel. We are thinking, of course, of structure such as Samidoun, which present themselves as solidarity organizations, but in reality glorify terrorist movement, trivialize violence, and create a permanent climate of hostility towards Jews and the state of Israel. It is an obligation for our democracy to ban this kind of association, because they not use freedom of speech, but they abused of the democratic rights. These groups exploit the gray area of the law. They sometimes avoid explicit calls to violence while preparing the ideological ground for that violence. For us, this is no longer acceptable. A strong liberal state must be able to say, some organization cross a red line and no longer have a place in the public sphere. This is our approach: firmness against a threat, with scrupulous respect for the rule of law. Before you today, I make a clear commitment. We will continue to carry, defend, and adapt the bill of Bernard Quintin until its adoption. Some associations are against us because they explain is not a democratic approach. I'm not agree with that. It's not a democratic approach when you let some people spend violence, spend the speech of hate, spend some possession and fake news. It is the reason why our responsibility is to protect our democracy, is to protect our public debate. And in that case, some people are not allowed to spread a lot of false information. We will continue to carry, defend, and adapt this bill, I already said, and we do so because three things. First of all, the security of Jews in Belgium and Europe is not negotiable. It is all the time, it is a symbol of the state of our democracy, because it's always the same procedure. They begin with the Jews, after the liberals, and at the end of the day, there is no democracy at all. It is the reason why it's not only the battle of the Jewish people, it's the battle of all Democrats in our continent. Our state must have effective tools to neutralize hate organizations before it's too late. We refuse the naivete of tolerating on our soil those who use our freedom to preach the destruction of Israel and hatred of Jews. We do not want a spectator state. We want a responsible liberal state, one that protects freedom, but also protects itself against those who seek to abolish them. This infernal struggle takes place within a very serious international context. And we see that since 3 years already. Today, Israel, with the support of the United States and other democracies, is fighting the threat of the regime of the mullah in Iran, a regime that oppresses its own people, supports terrorism, and openly challenges Israel's right to exist. Iran is not just a danger for Israel, it's a danger for all democracy in the world. It is the reason why this battle, again, is not only the battle of Israel, but it is the battle for all the liberal and Democrats in the world. This is not merely a regional conflict. It's a confrontation between a regime of hatred and democracies that defend security and freedom. Our positions as liberal are clear. We affirm Israel's right to exist and to defend itself against existential threats. We call for a firm European position towards Iran regarding terrorism, human rights violation, and its destabilizing ambition. And you know, it's so interesting to see that in Belgium, we have a debate to be member or to participate to Eurovision, the song contest. Why? Because Israel also participates. But there is no one who have a problem with the fact that Belgium play against Iran during the FIFA World Cup. It's very strange because all these persons are so strong for human rights, for democracy, for the respect of international law, but they don't have any problem with Iran. The only problem of their life is Israel. It's not strange. It's just, totally disgusting position. It's not respectable. And I think we need to say that, to explain that to our population. Because today in the media, there is too much fake news and a very special point of view about the international context. It is a problem for Jews. It is a problem for Israel, but it is also a problem for my country and for Europe. Because when you are not capable to distinguish your elite than your enemies, you have a big problem. And I think we have to stop with the naivety and, the magical thinking about the situation of the world. We have to be realistic firm, and with a lot of determination to fight for our values. We refuse to allow networks linking to the regime or to its proxies to intimidate our Jewish fellow citizens here or import their hatred into our streets. Consistency means protecting Jews in Belgium, combating extremism, organizations like Samidoun here, and rejecting regimes that elsewhere call for the destruction of Israel. Dear friends, the fight against anti-Semitism and against hate organizations is not a secondary issue. It is a moral test for our societies. If we fail to protect our Jewish fellow citizens, we betray the very idea of freedom. If we lack the courage to say that certain organizations no longer belong in the public sphere, we endanger democracy. If we refuse to stand with Israel against regimes that call for its destruction, we abandon our values. Our party has made a clear choice to protect the Jewish community in Belgium and in Europe, combat anti-Semitism in all its forms, neutralize extremism organizations such as Samidoun, to bring Bernard Quintin's bill to completion, and to defend a Europe firmly anchored in the camp of democracies alongside Israel and those who fight against regime of hatred. This is our responsibility as Democrats, as Belgium, as European. And ultimately, it is our responsibility as human beings. Thank you very much.
Wow. It's so inspiring to hear the fearlessness and the strength of your convictions. Thank you so much. Michael Freilich just spoke about rock stars. Well, the postings of our next guests sounds like a rock and roll tour. Nepal, Laos, Cameroon, Southeast Asia, Norway, Iceland, and finally, Brussels. We spoke earlier on with Oliver Varhaley about people that are very adept at operating in hostile political environments. Well, our next speaker actually volunteered. In fact, we spoke when he first got his posting here, and many people asked, why Brussels? And the answer was, it needed to be done. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Ambassador Avi Niertveldklein, Israel's ambassador to the EU and NATO. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. And you didn't say anything about our joint love to North Korea. It's great to be over here, especially in this Chinese hotel. I don't know what I'm doing in Europe. My background is totally, as you heard, Chinese, Asian background, so I feel at home over here. Thank you all. It's interesting to be here one day after the Holocaust Memorial Day, Yom HaShoah in Israel. In times... Can you hear me now? Okay. We are living in a times, you know, that probably full with slogans, but there's a huge gap between slogans to reality. And yesterday was Yom HaShoah in Israel, the Holocaust Memorial Day. and we're always hearing the never again, and never again is now. But unfortunately, this became a totally empty slogan, and we're seeing the Jews around the world, around the liberal world, too many of them are being targeted, and too many of them sometimes have to hide the fact that they are Jews. So thank you for being here, and thank you, Rabbi Margolin, EGA, for inviting me to speak in front of you. I was born in Rishon LeZion, a place that carries a profound legacy. The flag of Israel was designated there long before the state was regaining its independence. Hatikva, our national anthem, was written there. It was home to many underground fighters who struggled to ensure the renewal of our independence in our 3,800 years old homeland. Even the name itself, Rishon LeZion, first to Zion, demand a certain standard of devotion. We, the people of Rishon, can be proud of many things. The football is not one of them. We are, however, excellent in chess. Our local team has been few times the national champions. In fact, the leading club is named after my uncle, who was killed in the War of Independence, and I, myself, also is being named after him. We are also exceptional in handball. When I was in elementary school, my school had the best handball team in the country. As a young boy, I would go to cheer them on, and young or not, the referee was often the receiving end of every traditional colorful curse word we knew. And believe me, we knew the most colorful ones despite of our young age. Our gym teacher told us this was unacceptable. He suggested that whenever we were unhappy with the referee's decision, we should simply shout, "The referee is mistaken," instead of throwing at him. Of course, as young kids, we were so excited because we got approval, we got a name code to curse. So all of us were going to the games and we were shouting cheerfully, "The referee is mistaken," knowing exactly what we want to use. Sorry, it was really terrible words that we wanted to use. Now, you are probably asking yourself, why is this trip down memory lane? What is my point? Well, as a son of Rishon LeZion, as an Israeli ambassador, I'm a proud Zionist. But it's clear to us, to all of us, that whoever claims that he's not anti-Semite, but just anti-Zionist, is doing exactly what we are doing as kids. Using a code word cover up to the fact that they are anti-Semite. When I served as an ambassador to Norway, as was mentioned over here before, the country leading international law expert said it best. She said that anyone that is claiming that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, claiming that they don't mean the destruction of the state of Israel, basically is trying to pretend that he will be going to an anti-Israeli protest, carrying a swastika and will say, no, I don't mean the Nazi symbol, I mean the Hindu symbol. All those cover-ups, all those codes are very clear to us. It's not only about Israel. And don't get me wrong, we are not perfect. We could do better. But no country is perfect, and definitely not a country that is having to struggle for its life. We all remember October 7th. We all remember the soldiers that were going at the first day, not necessarily to the southern part of Israel, but they're going to the northern part of Israel in a race with Hezbollah to see who's going to be the first one to reach the border. Some of them were feeling, and some of them were telling me, we were not sure that until the end of this day, Israel is going to exist. Amen. This is our reality. We are doing our best to be perfect. It's very hard when you're having people around you that are not only not willing to accept your independence, but also trying very hard to make sure that you're going to lose it. So I'm saying I'm fine with criticism. No problem at all. This is only normal. What is unacceptable for me is when criticism is not based on facts, when it's based on propaganda, especially propaganda that is coming from a terror organization, or when it's being based on blood labels. You know, we've been blamed for starvation in Gaza. Ceasefire was agreed already 6 months ago. Have any one of you seen anyone that was coming out of Gaza starving? Yes, conditions are not good over there, not easy. Starvation, the blood label, part of what we're seeing over here, steps that we're taking against Israel were based on the IPC report that was claiming that there's starvation in Gaza, report that was using two different parameters for describing starvation. One for the rest of the world, 30%, and one for Gaza, 15%. Double standards. But I want to speak about freedom of religion. We all know that, yes, we're having few cases in Israel, the specific people, individuals, from time to time are attacking people of other religions in Israel. Yes, this is condemnable. Yes, this should be punished. But this is not Israel. This is not a policy of Israel, and this is definitely the majority of people of Israel. But Israel is the only country in the Middle East where the number of Christian population is growing over there. And we are being criticized for harming freedom of religion, while nobody is talking about what's happening to the Christian communities around the region. Not in Syria, not in Iraq, not, God forsaken, the Palestinian Authority. We can all compare the numbers of Christians that were living in Bethlehem while we were in the city, and the number of Palestinians that declined dramatically after we transferred the control to the Palestinian Authority. Just this past Saturday, in Jerusalem, the holy fire was lit over there for the Easter, Orthodox Easter. At the very same day that it was being lit in the church in Jerusalem, it arrived to the presidential palace in Beirut. From Jerusalem to Beirut on the very same day. And still, we are the one to be criticized about freedom of religion. At the very same Saturday, there was another fire that was lit during an Easter ceremony, the fire of hate. In the name of religious tradition, in Spain, they burned an effigy of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Is this a religious freedom? Can it be justified by tradition? If this wasn't about Jews, there would be an immediate demand to end such an ugly tradition, especially in a country where Jews were once burned alive in the name of religion. Just imagine that if an Israeli town would have burned an effigy of the Spanish Prime Minister, how would countries in the EU would react? Probably with great outrage. Yet, when effigy of Netanyahu is being burned, there's a silence. Are those the values? Everything is allowed in the name of freedom of religion, of tradition? Yet freedom of religion means the ability of European citizens also to go to a house of worship or a community center without the fear of becoming a target. We've seen it in Yom Kippur, in Manchester. I know that one of the members of the community of Manchester is over here. I know that, his family was a target over there. People were paying with their life just for going on Yom Kippur to synagogue. It was happening also in Hanukkah, far away from here. Bondi Beach, Sydney, 15 people have been murdered. But it's not happening only in faraway countries. It's not only happening in countries that are non-EU countries. Liège, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, just the last month. Jewish kids should be allowed to go to schools. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate very much the decision of the Belgian government to put an army out of Jewish institutions. This is not the problem. The problem is that the reality is such that is demanding it. And freedom of religion People are being stripped away from their freedom of religion if they should be afraid to go to a worship house, or they're afraid to go to community center, or send their kids to Jewish schools. This is not a freedom of religion. European Union. This past week, a statement was issued on behalf of the EU member state, all of them, also 27, following the legislation regarding the death penalty in Israel. I respect the diverse viewpoints, and as I've mentioned, I respect also the right to criticize. Furthermore, without referring to specific cases, this one or another one, there are times when Israel can be really criticized. This is justified. When it justifies, we should be criticized. However, what is troubling for me is in the specific statement is the link that was made over there between the law to the association agreement with Israel. There was a hidden threat over there saying that Israel is not meeting its obligations according to the association agreement. Why is it disturbing me? Because you're having other association countries with the EU that not only having a death penalty, they already are executing people. One of them was just invited to join the Horizon program, a program that we are right now, the EU is discussing if to suspend us partially from this. High Representative Callas was traveling at the very same week that this statement was published. She was traveling to Saudi Arabia. Don't get me wrong, I think it was a very important visit, especially in this time with the war with Iran and the situation in the Middle East. But Saudi Arabia was executing only last year 356 people. Only last January, according to official numbers of Saudi Arabia, they were executing 31 people. Did anyone over there during this visit mention the death penalty or the execution, the huge number of execution? No. Do I have criticism about it? No, this is okay. What the High Representative was talking over there is about the need for partnership and cooperation on defense and security due to the situation. Do I respect it? Yes, I respect it. But she's talking about partnership. And with Israel, they are considering or threatening to suspend our cooperation on the Horizon program just because the law was adopted and nobody was still executed. I see it as a double standard, which is, for me, very disturbing. I want to go maybe, I know that I might be dispersing you with what I'm saying. I want to sum up my words today, something that is more optimistic. At the end of the day, as diplomats, our mission is really to try to build bridges, to try to overcome the problems, to try to see, despite of the current situation, what should we be doing for the long run. Europe is important to Israel. One of our main partners in trade, one of our main partners really in research and development, innovation. We should overcome this political crisis that exists right now between us. And more than this, we shouldn't allow it to stand between us in achieving the positive cooperation that we can have. What we're seeing right now is still that we are still in a good position, on a good situation. Israel, as I said, is a main partner of Europe, as an association country, one of the main partners of Europe in research and development. Last year, Israel was the leading association country in receiving grants in European Research Council, through European Research Council, and the leading association country and number 3 among all countries in receiving grants from the European Innovation Council. Where is the problem? Problem is really in all those programs that demand to have some kind of cluster cooperation with other organizations that is not necessarily the EU, but researchers from other universities that are boycotting Israel. Israel is diversifying its relations with other countries. 2025 was the best year for the Israeli high tech. January, that usually is a very big month for high-tech, was the best ever month for the Israeli high-tech. But when you're looking where the cooperation is going, it's going mainly to the US, UAE, India, Singapore, now also increasing with Japan. For me, it's very troubling to see that not enough is happening with Europe. And I'm saying, despite of it, despite of the political differences that we're having, we shouldn't give up on each other. Yes, there's a criticism about the Israeli government over here, but there's a criticism also on the Trump administration. And nobody in Europe is considering to boycott MIT. But yes, they are considering boycotting the Technion. Europe is very valuable to Israel, but I think that Israel is coming also with a lot of valuable assets and capabilities and know-how and innovation that are important to Europe as well. So I think that our responsibility is to make sure that people realize that while you're still having differences, much more keep us together than what divide us. And I hope that each and every one of us in this room will be working to make sure that we are not losing each other. It's important. It's important for us. I believe it's important for Europe. And after all, we are in an event of the EGA. I must say that as ambassador of Israel, yes, it's not easy days in Israel as well, but we will overcome it. And yes, we would like to see every Jewish person around the globe moving to Israel. But anyone that will be moving to Israel, I want them to move because they wanted to move to Israel and not because they felt that the country gave up on them. We are here with you as one big family to make sure that you will feel welcome and part of your own societies because you are citizens of those countries. Yes, we love you all, but you deserve to live freely without a fear in your own countries. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for having me. And I want to thank Rabbi Margolin and your team for your devotion and efforts to the state of Israel and to the Jewish world. Thank you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, thank you. And we're going to move on to a panel of machers. And we're going to get into some positive stories about change and how we can make changes within our communities. And with that, I'm going to hand back to our dear friend, Johnny Gold, who's going to take the next panel forward. Johnny, the floor is yours, good sir. Thank you.
Right, we can sack the floor manager because I didn't get a round of applause there. Right, anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, now we're going to talk about machers now, as Alex said. The purpose of this panel discussion is about getting things done in Jewish communities. And that's not just looking inward at how we can improve the quality of our Jewish lives, but how we interact with wider society in the cities in which we live. And it's something that springs to mind always for me, which is that Europe is a huge continent, and it's not just about communities in big centers like London or Paris or Barcelona, that's not, Madrid, etc. But it's also about Milan, probably. I missed out a big one there. But it's also about small communities, vulnerable communities of a few hundred, maybe a few thousand Jewish people in a city of 1 million or more. I'm from Birmingham in the center of England, and we're a very, very old Jewish community going back to the 18th century. We were blessed by not being invaded and destroyed by Nazism. And so there's a great continuity there. However, what we are left with is an infrastructure meant for 10 or 15,000 Jews when there are only about 1,500 or 2,000 left. So I'm under no illusion as to the power of getting things done. So please will you welcome to the stage from all four corners of our continent Please welcome from Amsterdam, Sydney Bialystok, Estrella Benguio from Madrid, Mark Levy from Manchester, who's part of the Jewish Leadership Council, Richard Mulrad from Stockholm, my breakfast friend, and Orly Degani from Dublin. Please welcome them all to the stage. I know. We can have a laugh. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Richard. Leave your note. Leave it. Okay. I'm good, thanks. How are you? So it's the Jewish Leadership Council, Manchester. You've got 2 jobs. Okay. Okay. Well, listen, thank you very much for joining us here. It dawns on me as a member of the synagogue that I'm in London that life just goes on every single day. So any sort of controversy or problem, however big it is, there's Shacharis the next morning, you know. There's Pesach, which we've just had and enjoyed. You know, we get festivals all the time. We're a very forward-orientated organization. But what about living in communities where we also interact with non-Jewish power brokers within our city, making our lives more comfortable? I was chatting to our friend Juan last night when I first arrived, and he was telling me that it's not all doom and gloom in Madrid. Oh no. Apparently the local Burgermeister, the local mayor, is a very positive member of Madrid's local government and is supportive of Israel and the Jewish people. So can I start with Estrella on this? Estrella, welcome. I don't want to sing the blues all afternoon. I want to hear good things about Madrid.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so Madrid is a place where we have the privilege to have a president of the region of Madrid that is very supportive of the Jewish community, very vocal. We have events on the commemoration of the International Day of the Shoah, and she always supports the community and make declarations against and the fight against anti-Semitism. At the Town Hall of Madrid, also the mayor, it's very supportive and also very vocal. I have to mention on that end that the Jewish community of Madrid received the Medal Honor in May 2024, in a moment where, the situation was not quiet and the level of anti-Semitism was very high. So only nice words. And also I cannot forget to mention the mayor of the town hall of Alcobendas, where our school is located, where there is a memorial on the 7th of October. And we go there and they come with us and accompany these difficult moments. So very supportive. These are just few examples, but the main one.
Estrella, thank you for that. I mean, I'm from England, which is Anglo-Saxon. Our non-Jewish people are far removed from us in Jewish terms. They don't look like us, and they haven't got a history like us. But in Spain, with an Inquisition in 1492, it's not in living memory, but there is a relationship which is closer, isn't it? There seems to be more ghosts amongst the Spanish non-Jewish community. There are people who are clearly and obviously of Jewish ancestry, but for generation after generation after generation, they are Roman Catholics. Has that changed? Does that feeling that you're not as far apart from the Spanish majority ring with you? It certainly does when I go to Spain. I feel not a kinship with these people, but they're a bit closer to the Jews than our English friends.
You know, there is one thing that when we think about Eurovision, this is something which is, and well, all the debate that we have now. So when there has been the vote of the citizens, there has been a very important participation in favor of Israel. And so I don't think that this has changed. So the situation, what I mean by that is that the population is, you know, supportive. Of course, there are some persons that are against this is, and that has raised, but it's something that, well, you know, we live all together. And this is, the Inquisition is part of the past, and hopefully the situation will go better, not just in Madrid, in Spain in general, and the whole world.
Amen. I think we'll all applaud that. Mark Levy, my fellow compatriot from Manchester, we had the worst thing that could have happened on Yom Kippur in our country, with the killing of 2 members of Heaton Park Synagogue. I went to shul on Yom Kippur. Someone said, "Have you heard the news? What's the news?" I was told the news, and I just went up into shul with my head in my hands and I guess prayed. It was Yizkor time. Mark, how is Manchester recovering from this terrible disaster?
So the synagogue that was attacked is my synagogue. I've attended there my whole life, and it was my father who was on security at the time and had to barricade the door with the body, ultimately getting it locked and saving everyone's life. Now, when we talk about leadership, and it's my role to represent the community in Greater Manchester to the city and national leadership and the media on issues affecting our community. And it's interesting, when being in shul over the last few weeks for Pesach and Shabbat, I wondered how many people who we speak to who know we work in the community, do they actually understand the depth and the breadth of our work? And it hit me that one of the main leadership principles I've always stood by is that don't let a crisis be a time to get to know people. You need to know everyone well in advance. And the people I was interacting with in the minutes and hours after the terrorist attack, from the people working with the Prime Minister to the Home Secretary directly, senior politicians in the country's media, I've known for 10 years. And people in the room who know me will be surprised I'm going to say something biblical. Because a couple of weeks after the attack, a close friend of mine spoke with me and said how he was learning about the transfer of leadership from the Jewish people from Moses to Joshua on Simchat Torah, and how Moses is seen as the sun and Joshua is seen as the moon. And how, as Jewish communal leaders, we need to be the moon, because during the day, as I referenced, people don't know what we do day to day. But during the day, no one knows what the moon is doing at the minute. But when there's darkness in the sky and people need to gravitate towards a light, whether that is our nation's politicians or the media, we need to be that light in the sky who people know who to call. And very quickly, I'm just going to reiterate the point of positivity, because not one service was missed. Even on Yom Kippur, my father, Rabbi Daniel, who's spoken at the EJA a few weeks ago, they prayed every single last part of the Yom Kippur service, whether that was in the street, the police station. You know, it was very, very humbling. And by the following morning, we were davening shacharit in the temporary accommodation. And I will finish on the fact that 2 months after the terrorist attack, my twin children had their B'nai Mitzvah at the synagogue that I've attended since I was a child. And there is a real determination that this attack will not define us as a community, because terrorism tried to close my synagogue and instead it filled it.
Thank you, Mark. Just taking a pause there to to take those in. It chimes with what I said before, Mark, which is that Jewish life just continues and continues in spite of that. And this idea that you will not be defined by that hatred, you will be defined by the leadership of that synagogue and all of its community really shines through. Have attendances increased at Heaton Park?
Amazingly, people who have not attended synagogue for decades felt inspired to do so. And when the communal leadership went into the synagogue for the first time after the attack, it was as if time stood still, because prayer books were still open on the pages that they were at the time of the attack, and there were coats and prayer shawls on the seats. And no one really knew how we would react. We held a vigil the following day with the political leadership of Greater Manchester, who again we had amazing relationships with. They organised it all, and we helped shape that vigil because of that relationship. And we were determined, because my chair, who is a once-in-a-generation communal leader, someone called Mark Addlestone, said that we are proud British Jews and we are not going anywhere. Now, I'm 5 generations British Jewish. Manchester is my home, and it has always been my home. And there are very real challenges facing our communities, not just in Manchester, but across Europe at the minute. And we need to be confident. We need to remain outward facing, because if we start vacating public spaces, that is when it becomes very dangerous. Because as soon as you leave that space for others who are extremists to walk into, that is when it becomes incredibly dangerous for Jewish people. And I know it's difficult, and I know these are challenging times, but we need to be brave, we need to be confident, and we need to remain outward facing. So even in the immediate aftermath of the atrocity at Bondi Beach, we were stood in record numbers in central Manchester lighting our menorah candles. Now, the fact it had to be done with armed police is undignified. People have spoken about how dignified we have been as a community, but we're not leading dignified lives at the minute, and that needs to change.
Ponder that. And Mark is a 5th-generation Mancunian, and sitting here in front of European jury, that important statistic is not lost on us as British Jews. My mum's family came from Vienna in 1939, but my father's family are 4th-generation Brummys. We're from Birmingham, and for that reason, I feel like you, that kinship to my glorious city. Now to Amsterdam, and talking to Sydney. Sydney, welcome. Now here is another example of a long-standing, proud Jewish community seriously destroyed during the Holocaust, but lives on. An amazing Sephardi tradition out of 1492 and an Ashkenazi one in more recent centuries. What is the state of the Amsterdam Jewish community today?
I think the state of the Jewish community is very, how do you say? It's of course, we are aware of what is going on in the world, but we are proud Jews. We believe that a strong Israel needs a strong diaspora. So that is our focus. And also I joined the EGA conference in Stockholm. And what touched me the most there is that we were there with maybe 20, 30 different European Jewish leaders, and all their stories were some the same and some really different. And the difference was the protection that some Jewish communities get from their government. So you can see that governments can make a difference, not only in words, but also if they act. So if really the words from Dutch or European governments don't stop with only words, but also that they learn from the countries where you really see that Jewish life is free to live their own lives, and that they learn from that and really act in that matter, then they really can make a difference and make sure that Jewish life is not a life like in a zoo or a prison where you just watch the Jewish people behind walls, but that life can be back again like it was and lead a normal life. So that is my focus for the Jewish life in the Netherlands, that we will get our life back again, and that the Dutch government and the Amsterdam government will help us to achieve that and to show them the good examples that we can see.
Fighting optimism. Thank you very much indeed, Sydney. To Stockholm in Sweden, where the Jewish community is small in percentage terms in relation to the wider Swedish community. And we say hello to Richard Mulrad. Richard, tell us about Stockholm. We hear all about Malmo and how it being a Muslim majority city. We hear about problems there. The synagogue there is embattled very, very often. Tell us about the state of Stockholm today.
When we speak about, the threat that we have is, of course, the people who are against Jews, the anti-Semitism, but also against Israel. Almost every Shabbat, the Palestinians have big demonstration towards Israel. And that is, of course, a problem for us because it's frightened our members. Although I think that we have to divide our, how we feel, how confident we are in our country. It's not only if we are safe, because that I take for granted. I think that we should feel safe. But we have another problem also. If we feel very safe, that we will have a lot of Jewish people marry out. That is a threat for our continuation. And therefore in Sweden and especially in Stockholm, and Stockholm is the biggest Jewish community in the Nordic countries.
How many Jews?
We have 4,500 paying members.
Right.
And we have a very good cooperation with all types of religions. I mean, if you are a Chabadnik or if you are progressive Jew, we are working together, all of us.
Yes.
We don't make any difference.
No.
Because if we make a difference, we will not have a future. Our future is for sure a cooperation between all different religions, or different types of being Jewish. If you don't understand that, you don't understand your future. Because our future is when we are together and not fighting each other. And we have really a proof on that. And also that we have a proof with also, which I believe is more important than anything else. We have a nachwuchs in Stockholm, which is great. We have a lot of young people who are devoted to fight for our Jewish nation, who has we have an organization called Jews. It's a Jewish youth organization in Sweden, and they have a direct contact with our government. So actually, if not this week, next week, they will present a cooperation with the Swedish government that they have made up themselves. Wow. And they will go out to all over Sweden and present a pride Jew. What does it mean with being a pride Jew in Sweden? So this is one example of what we are doing for the future. Our youth are our future.
I've got to say, this is enlightening stuff. This is very inspiring. Thank you very much to all of you. And now let's go to Dublin, the birthplace of a former president of Israel, where recently they tried to change the name of the park, didn't they?
they're still
But they
trying.
didn't. So it's still the Chaim Herzog Park, isn't it? And of course, he's the dad of the current president, as we welcome Orly Degani. How long have you been in Dublin? You're not, you've not been there for many generations, have you? I'm just guessing here.
What gave it away?
I'm just guessing, you know,
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
had family in Ireland, and they've left. They left. They went from Belfast, believe it or not, as well as Dublin,
Okay.
and even Cork. Yes, but they left, and they went to places like Manchester, London, and of course Israel. But you're in Dublin.
Yeah, so the story of your family is the story that we are, well, that we have to deal with, because everybody has family in Dublin or Cork. A lot of them are in Cork, but they left. And now it's very easy for the Irish population, not the Jewish Irish, they're regular Irish, to say, oh, we used to have Jews in Ireland, but they all left to Manchester, Australia, and now we don't. So we can do and say whatever we want. And yeah, that's one of our main issues and one of our main things that we're trying to currently change is the visibility of the Jewish community in Ireland.
There was a little Jerusalem in Dublin. Is that still? There's like a district. Was that a nickname for an area, or is that a genuine, like, on the map name?
No.
No, it was just made that up.
And now, no.
I just seem to remember that's where the bagels were sold.
I think the bagels are still there.
All right, scrap that one. Edit that out. What are you doing in Dublin as an Israeli?
Fighting anti-Semitism.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
So that's your job in Ireland?
It's, well, I'm part of the Jewish Representative Council of Ireland.
Right.
It's a voluntary role.
Right.
But it's a full-time voluntary
I bet it's
role.
full-time.
Yeah.
I did the first ever public interview with Rachel Moiselle,
Oh, she's lovely.
who is a remarkable young Irish woman with a Jewish father and a Catholic mother, who basically has returned to her Jewish roots and is going through an Orthodox conversion as we speak.
Yeah.
And she's not put off by it. She's
No.
still going at it in a remarkable fashion. So obviously you are at the forefront
Yes.
of proper hate.
Yes.
There's proper hate in Ireland.
It is.
Like really visceral, nasty hate based upon, I think, let's say Irish nationalism, which does not help that history of Sinn Féin and their relationship with Palestinianism.
Yeah.
And it's not gone away. How are you how do you do it?
But
how does it work?
That's why they usually...
It's overwhelming.
They usually don't invite me to talk about positive stuff.
No, no.
How do we do it? One day at a time? I don't know.
Right.
We just... so in Ireland, we don't have what most countries have. We don't have a national plan to fight anti-Semitism. We don't have it incorporated in a national plan to fight racism. We don't have official measurement of anti-Semitic incidents. We don't have money for security. We don't have any support from any government or parliament party and from any people in the
So the
media.
shul protection is completely voluntary, no central government funding
Yes.
or anything like that?
Yes, it's all paid by the community.
It's all paid for by the community?
Yeah.
Is it any good? Is it strong? I mean, there's security in the security, isn't there?
Not as strong as it should be. We are currently improving it. We're working with the CST. We're working with organization in Israel. We're trying to, well, see, the Jewish community also isn't used to anti-Semitism at the level that it is now. So we have to raise the awareness on both sides in a way.
Mark, the situation in Manchester, there's a lot of, I mean, Andy Burnham, the mayor of Manchester, who has his eye perhaps on national leadership, but for now he is the mayor of Greater Manchester. He says all the right things, and I'm sure he spends time in meeting you and other senior members of Manchester's Jewish community. But when you come away from meeting him and other senior leaders, are you inspired or does your heart sink? What is the state of your relationship with national and local leadership?
I think my role is quite unique because I work in Westminster Monday to Wednesday most weeks. I've got a parliamentary pass, so I have access around the parliamentary estate. And on a Thursday and Friday, I am in Manchester. So I call it operating on the macro and the micro level. So I can be with a cabinet minister on a Wednesday and then the leader of a local authority on a Thursday. And we have gone to great lengths in the immediate aftermath of the terrorist attack to speak about how fortunate and blessed we are in Greater Manchester to be able to rely upon our political and emergency services leadership so implicitly. So on the morning of the terrorist attack, within 45 minutes, before I even knew if my family were alive or not, I was meeting with Andy, with representatives from the Chief Constable, the leader of Manchester Council, and the Police and Crime Commissioner. And we were told unequivocally, we will have absolutely anything that we need. And they came through because whatever we asked for was immediately granted. So, but this is not something that happens by chance. This is because of the fact that we have built relationships over 10 years. I've had some of the most famous politicians in the country come to my family's home for Friday night dinner. So you need to work at these relationships. We cannot let a crisis be a time to get to know our politicians. They need to know us. They need to be able to contact us directly, immediately, as and when a situation arises. And also, when we're speaking with these politicians, I feel this is our time to be selfish. We need to focus on what we need. And that kind of hit home for me when I was in Johannesburg with my daughter at the Apartheid Museum. And I saw how Dennis Goldberg and Helen Sussman helped defeat apartheid along with other amazing Jewish activists. And then subsequently, you see how the ANC have treated the Jewish community in Johannesburg. And it's appalling. There's no loyalty there at all. So now this is our time to be selfish. So if I'm speaking to the leadership across Europe, go back to your communities and make demands of government and demand their action, because words are fantastic. They are important, but now we need to see tangible results.
Sydney, this also is in my head as well, as Mark said. You know, we've been there with the rights of emancipation for Black people, both in South Africa and the United States. And we have seen in organizations like Black Lives Matter and in the ANC turn on us. Martin Luther King Jr.'s son doesn't say the same things as his dad used to say. And the sadness is, as Mark said there, we're sort of pulling up the drawbridge here. We're sort of saying we've got to look after ourselves. That's really sad. You know, part of our remit as Jews is to sort of help heal the world, but actually we've got to look after ourselves in this time of crisis first, haven't we?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm just saying that, you know, Mark's instinct there, after, you know, having seen what he's experienced, is instead of reaching out and helping the wider world, we got to help ourselves first to the exclusion of other people, because the hatred is so overwhelming.
Yes, that's unfortunately true, but it has been always true. If you cannot help yourself, you cannot help others. So that's very important. And but also the good thing is that because of our religion, I think we also learn how to give. And that's very important. If you cannot, that's the lesson from my father, is if you cannot, if you cannot give, you cannot multiply. So that's the story of our life, I think, from the Jewish people, and that's what we think we bring in the world. That we try to inspire our children, other people, with our thoughts, with our doing, and that's how we survive.
That's how we roll. Estrella, I was in Barcelona only last week, and obviously there's the issues of Catalan independence among the white people of Barcelona. There is a growing Islamism there, and there is obviously a green, red, black alliance which is growing there. How does Madrid view the Palestinianism of Barcelona, of Catalonia, and does it affect the local politicians' view of Israel and its Jewish people? In other words, is the political relationship of the Jewish community in Madrid influenced in a positive way by the problems that are going on in Catalonia?
Well, the situation in Spain, and you're describing what happened in Madrid and what happened in Catalonia, it's quite different. Another thing is how the general population, the Catalans or the people living in Madrid, live that. Reality is that Madrid is a place which is becoming very diverse, very open on a daily basis. So it's more, we see more and more people speaking the Spanish with different accents, different languages on the street. So this means that this is a place where people from different origins feel very comfortable. On the political level, I mentioned before what the situation is at the regional government. Another thing is what happened in Catalonia, and there the politicians have a different approach. I'm not going to say what we all know on what it is happening and we see on the news. How these affect the lives of the Jewish, we know that unfortunately today the level of let's say insecurity or instability is higher everywhere, but probably there are some places where this level is even higher because of what happened around. So there are influences. This does not, I mean, we have people that, as Jewish, there is one thing which is clear: we are resilient. Yes. And we adapt to our environment. And it is not just when we say anti-Semitism, it seems like a very simple word, I would say, for what it represents. And we have just listened here to a very extreme case. I mean, because when we have people dying, this is the most hard thing to overcome, and how this could impact. And he was mentioning that everyone continues to do the things on the same way. But there are things which happen at community level, but also at the personal level, on how we should behave in our world. So we need to be cautious of what happened around ourselves. If something happened, we need to go to the police to make some, the political actions, because we live in countries where we have laws. And if there are some things where the police investigation has done, you go to court. So the mothers in the school, and the fathers, the parents, they feel insecure with these type of things, and there are more a higher level of anti-Semitism. So there are, on a daily and regular basis, unfortunately, things which happen that whatever the situation is, we have this very strong determination to continue.
To continue. Okay, I have 30 seconds left, so I want a one word answer from all of you, which is, do you see your children living in your city, growing up and living in your city? Fifth generation Mancunian Mark, first of all.
I'm unsure.
Unsure. Sydney. 100% yes. Richard.
Yes, but I hope they will live in Israel.
6 inspiring words. Estrella.
We are Spanish, we are Jewish, and we think that we have the right to live in Spain, and all the laws should support and the environment ourselves.
When you going home, Orly?
Well, it's a tough question. I don't know where my kids are going to end up.
Really?
Probably not Ireland.
Probably not Ireland.
Yes.
Can we give a huge round of applause to our city representatives? Thank you very much for speaking from the heart. Sydney Bialystok, Estrella Benguio, Mark Levy, Richard Mulrad, and Orly Degani, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Pleasure, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Of course, we just spoke about some of the challenges in affecting Jewish communities, but there are organizations out there which are not Jewish, but who are dear friends of ours, who are also feeling the strain, feeling the pressure, under an awful lot of abuse. And one of those groups under this next short intervention from our friends at Christians for Israel, entitled Our Friends in the Trenches, is going to give you a perspective from a Christian perspective of what it's like being a Christian and standing up and defending Israel and the Jewish people on a daily basis. So it gives me enormous pleasure to invite to join me on stage Mr. David van der Putte, who's the Director of Christians for Israel here in Belgium. David, please come up and address conference. Thank you so much. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Raf, Margolin, for your friendship. It's an honor to be here, and I want to give my apologies for my colleague from Holland, Frank van Oort. He's the director of the CVI Christians for Israel in Holland, but he's somewhere stuck in a traffic jam, so my apologies. He should be here in the chair, but anyway. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. We stand here as Christians, deeply connected to Israel and standing in unwavering solidarity with the Jewish people. Not out of habit, not out of political reflex, but out of conviction, rooted in our faith, our history and our conscience. What we are witnessing today should concern us all. Anti-Semitism is not just returning, it is rising. It is becoming louder, harsher, and more normalized. Words are turning into actions, and actions are spreading fear. And let me be clear, this fear is not abstract. We have lived it. Just last week, a bomb exploded at our center in Nijkerk. The damage was limited, but the impact was not. The explosion was heard far beyond our building. In the middle of the night, my brother was called out of his bed and rushed to the scene. And those moments we do not forget. Moments when everything suddenly becomes real. This is no longer a distant problem. This is our reality. And it does not stand alone. For decades, we have seen the pattern. I remember in 2008, when we had to evacuate the hall in the province building in Antwerp because of a bomb threat. André Gantman, Michael Freilich, they can testify. And 1 year later, we were denied access to the venue at the Single. simply because our event was about Israel, involving Sahel. The times have not truly changed, but intensity has. Today we experience it firsthand, again and again, not only through threats and incidents, but through a constant stream of hate, of messages filled with hostility, simply because we dare to stand with Israel. And we are not alone. Christians for Israel, pro-Israel organizations, we are increasingly becoming targets of intimidation and hatred. That alone should awaken us. In Belgium, we work from a small and deliberately low-profile office. No flags, no visible signs, quiet, careful. And that says everything. It tells us something about the kind of society we are becoming. One where openly standing with Israel is no longer self-evidently safe. And yet we continue with deep determination. A determination to stand in solidarity with Israel and the Jewish people. With a small team, we work every single day. We speak in churches because we believe awareness must begin there. We confront the past, including Christian anti-Semitism, because truth is the only foundation for real change. We organize concerts, events, and journeys to Israel to connect people, to deepen understanding, and to keep hope alive. And for more than 30 years, we have been actively involved in Aliyah, helping Jewish people return to their homeland, not as a project, but as a calling. Let us not deceive ourselves. This is not new, but what has changed is the speed, the scale, the reach. It is no longer first the Jew, then the rest. It is happening all at once, and it concerns us all. Time and time, my Jewish friends tell me, we are in the same boat, and they are right. We are in the same boat. And that is why we must be vigilant, not driven by fear, but by responsibility, because wherever people look away, hatred finds space to grow. Today, for some, everything related to Israel seems burdened, almost as if it carries a curse. But we choose a different perspective. We believe that those who bless Israel will be blessed. For us, Israel is not a symbol of conflict, it is a sign of hope. Hope that even after the darkest night, restoration is possible. Hope that connection is stronger than hatred. Hope that light will overcome darkness. And that is why, as Christians for Israel, we will not be silent. We will not look away. We will not step back. We will stand in solidarity, in faith, and in hope together. Thank you.
David, thank you for being our friend. Thank you for everything that you do. And a huge, huge thanks to Christians for Israel. David just spoke about fear. And with that in mind, our next poll is going to be chaired now by Johnny Gold again. We have another question for our wonderful audience in live polling. So get your mobile phones ready, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Gold is about to join me on stage. Johnny, floor's yours.
Don't you love democracy, eh? Live democracy. This is how we should vote, isn't it? This is how we should vote. I think, do you remember, who remembers, you know Simon Cowell? He's famous over here. He's famous all over Europe and I think the United States and Britain. He did all those Britain's Got Talent. And he's most famous for kind of popularizing entertainment. And he had this madcap idea to have referendum live on Saturday night on ITV. It never happened. So this is my attempt at democracy. Okay, so the poll now is... okay. Are you scared to be Jewish in public? Now, That means, I suppose, wearing tzitzis, putting yarmulke on, wearing a sheitel, or just wearing a big Magen David, or letting your kids wear their school uniform. My kids' school said, "Oh, don't wear don't have the bags because they've got a Magen David on it." And I say, "Douse that, just be a Jew." However, I admit I don't wear a yarmulke. It's not been part of my upbringing, although I am increasingly wearing one, collecting kids from school, and I don't take it off, and I walk down to the station with the kids, and it's their problem, anti-Semitism, as I see it when I put my yarmulke on. However, bad things happen. But when I am with friends in the street who are wearing yarmulke and tzitzis, we're sometimes interrupted by the silent majority who say things like, "We're with you," and "Thank you," and "You're really important," and "We love you," and all sorts of other things. And wasn't Neil Sedaka a good singer, and all that kind of stuff? Didn't say that, but although he was. So here's the vote. Are you scared to be Jewish in public? I want a proper big answer. I want a big contribution here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you scared to be Jewish in public? I want a good defiant answer here from you. I shouldn't be campaigning for either, should I, really? Are you talking to me? Am I scared? Are you scared to be Jewish? Yes. Are you scared to be Jewish? No, I'm not scared to be Jewish. I didn't set the question, though. That's as I interpret it. I guess, are you, yeah, I mean, if you're asked, are you Jewish? I mean, you'd always say yes, wouldn't you? So I suppose that includes it in the question. If someone says, are you Jewish? You'd say yes. Are you scared to be Jewish? Therefore, you'd answer, no, I'm not scared. Right, kids? I don't know. We've had 43. We need that's only 2/3 of the vote. That's only 2/3 of the vote so far. Press your buttons. Okay. Okay, we've got another 10 seconds, and then I'm going to say to the returning officer for Brussels South to produce tonight's final poll. Okay. Fire away. What's the result? Oh, no. Feels like Brexit, doesn't it? Oh dear. I'm a bit upset by that. I was hoping that you might say that you weren't scared. Right. Let's start with, because you've heard so many inspired words here from Mark Levy, for example, from Estrella. So Mark from Manchester and Estrella from Madrid, and these fighters, Sydney from Amsterdam, these fighters for their Jewish indigeneity in their European cities. And some of you say, yeah, I'm really scared. I'm scared to be Jewish. Right. So, go ahead. Michael.
So I'm not scared, but I'll tell you a story, if I may, that happened about 10 days ago. We went to the park in a place called De Ster, which is in the Sint-Niklaas, which is a little bit out of what we call the Cholent, or the ghetto, or the shtetl. And we had our kids with us. My son is 9, and he had a friend with him, and they were wearing their kippas, but unfortunately it didn't take very long until they got bullied with Free Palestine and Dirty Jew. So the question is not necessarily scared or not scared. The question is, do you as a parent want your kids to undergo that? Do you say, kids, let's just wear a cap instead? Is it fair to have your kids see that there is anti-Semitism? It's a question that there's no simple answer on. So the fact that some people say 50-50 maybe also means that there's just no good answer to this question. It's a disgrace and a shame that we're even having this debate, but the fact is that there's no simple solution. So I will leave it with that.
Michael, thank you very much for that. My friend Mendy Vogel is a Chabadnik and he loves football and he goes to see Chelsea, but he doesn't wear his yarmulke. He does wear his yarmulke, but he puts a cap on over the top of it and he looks like a hipster when he wears his cap. But he doesn't support Chelsea. Sir, Rabbi Binyamin Jacobs.
If I go to in street, it is today normal that even little children shout "Free Palestine" and those things. It is so strong, the screaming, that on Shabbat I'm not allowed to walk anymore myself to the shul, to the synagogue. I get police. They came to me. We come with you together. But I refuse to be scared.
Thank you, Rabbi. Hi. Yeah, make a comment, and then I've got to go. Where have I got to?
Well, I think that there is a matter of identity. So it's not just not being scared, but just it is something that it is part of my soul, myself. So it's something that I need to show and to be proud of that, even whatever the environment is. Otherwise, I will not be myself.
I made a thank you for that. I made a decision in 2018 to start a podcast called Johnny Gould's Jewish State, and I thought genuinely it was all right and good to be Jewish, and I've not had much pushback on it because it's too long and involved for the haters to listen to. So it's only the short stuff that they say Free Palestine to. They can't be bothered to listen to the rest of it. It was you, son. I'm so. It was. Hello, Max.
Yeah. Hello. No, I'm not scared to be Jewish in public. I'm more than 30 years the chairman of the Jewish community I'm serving, but I see that we are more vulnerable. And I think that is scary. That always was, when we had problems, it was always around the synagogue. At this moment, when we have these attacks in Rotterdam, Amsterdam, Liège, you see the police also has your house. They call it an object. Your house is an object, they say. That means they come 5 times along your street with the car. So I think that is one of the problems. It's also very vulnerable. I was this weekend. We were walking in the wood, and we saw a garbage bag. Garbage bag, yes, and there was a sticker "Free Palestine." So we start moving it. And what happens at that moment? There's someone coming, a Muslim. He said, "What are you doing?" "Oh, we are doing not. We are moving a sticker." "Why? Do you agree?" I said, "Why do we have to put a sticker in the wood on a garbage bag?" So we had a discussion with her. We did not agree at the end, and we walked wrong. So, but we agreed to disagree. But I think we are vulnerable. But I think when you are scared, you have to stop as leader of your Jewish community.
That's right. Thank you for that. It's true what Mark said. Mark Levy said before. He said, you know, when we leave these public spaces, we leave them open to the haters. So it's really important. Where is Michael? There you are, Michael. Michael Ziff. Whoops.
Hi, I'm a European chair of Maccabi. I walk around in Great Britain with my Maccabi outfit. I'm very happy to do so. I don't feel scared or threatened. I go to pickleball 2-3 times a week, and I wear my Maccabi outfit, and I feel it's a really important statement. Having said that, when the war was on, I used to wear a yellow pin badge, and I had a hat that said, "Bring them home now." And not far from your home and where I live now, I got abused, but I decided to give the lady the same abusive back that she gave to me with the same sort of language. So there we go. Stand up.
What did she say?
She said, she came out with some anti-Semitic, aggressive Jewish words, swore at me, and I just swore back at her and told her where to go.
Michael's from Yorkshire. Absolutely right. Sir.
Mr. Gold, I'm from Birmingham. Amazing place, isn't it? Anyhow, I walked around with a hoodie, which bring them home now for a couple of years. It was always on me. I never had anything negative. A couple of times people stopped me and said, I like your hoodie. Positive.
You're from Birmingham?
Yes, sir. Don't you hear my Brummie accent? Okay, we'll talk about it later.
So interesting. I'm not sure if I believe him or not. Aston Villa. Right. Who else? Who else are okay? Right. I'm definitely gonna get thin doing this. You're from what? You're from West. Yeah, them. Forgot about them. Who wanted to? Ellen. It's Ellen.
It's me again. To be perfectly honest, I'm not afraid, and I don't want to be afraid. I have a shop, and in my shop, I wear my Magen David, very visible. Everybody can see it, and the reactions I get are always in a positive sense, in the way that the people are saying, we stand behind you, we don't call too much, but we're behind you and we support you. And that's for me an amazing feeling, because lots of the people are not talking, they're not saying anything. You know, a shop is an open place, people come in, and we also have Muslims coming in, and that for me is a problem. Right. But that's the other way around, because I don't know what to expect. Yes. And that's a different feeling. Yes. Still, I keep on wearing my Magen David, and both my sons and my husband are really visibly Jewish. No one is taking any offense. Good. If there's a demonstration in our street, there's police in front of our shop to protect us. But I don't know whether we need it.
No.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ellen. What a sad state of affairs that you've got to have protection in front of your shop.
Okay.
Anyway, listen, Alex, thank you very much. Thank you very much
Johnny,
to one and all of you for your contributions.
Thank you. Round of applause for Johnny Gold's amazing live polling handling. You're a force of nature, Johnny. Thank you so much. We're moving on. Rabbi Margolin in his opening remarks spoke about an idea which we've been mulling over here at the European Jewish Association regarding a protected minority status for European Jewry. So for this next session, it gives me great pleasure to invite Rabbi Margolin up onto the stage again, along with Professor Rosa Friedman, who is a professor at law from the University of Reading, who deals and has a lot of expertise on this matter. And because we're going to open it up to you, after we've set the scene for you, we want to hear from you and get your thoughts and have a discussion. Some of you might have some fairly detailed questions. So we want to give you an opportunity to ask as many questions as possible. So Rav Margolin, please, you open proceedings.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the challenges and threat to Jews across Europe. We discussed some of it earlier today. We all spent many years discussing the same problems, year after year. The situation is not improving. In fact, it is getting worse. We at the EJA have spent many weeks thinking about what could be done to dramatically change the situation for Jews in Europe. We simply cannot go on like this. We believe we found a solution. We have been working on a strategy that can build a permanent protective fence around Jewish life on the continent today and for future generations. A fence that is protected from party policies, politics, or whatever it is the latest trendy policy. On your table, you should find a fact sheet that we have produced that explain more, and I invite you to read it. We are seeking today a mandate from you to bring in a special protected minority status at EU and national government level for Jews in Europe. This status will be based on the Council of Europe's Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. What makes this different is that a special protected minority status will be legally binding. As you all know, the problem we have with so many different strategies for combating anti-Semitism and with higher definition is that whilst highly appreciated, of course, they are optional. And some parts can be used whilst others are ignored. Some countries are better, some are not, some just bad, and some don't even bother. Jews knows this too well from our bitter experience over the years. And let us be serious, this is not the way it should be. Our rights should not be conditional on how a politician feels on any given day. None of this is going to be easy. It will take time and it will take efforts, but we at the EGA is committed to making it happen. There is a lot of detail to walk through, and tomorrow in our working groups, we'll be shaping what we as Jewish communities need within this new framework. In the meantime, and before we open it up to the floor for a discussion, my colleague and dear Vice Chairman of the European Jewish Association will share a bit more detail with you. I just would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Rabbi Yehuda Kaplun, US Ambassador to Monitor and Combating Anti-Semitism International. Thank you, Rabbi, for joining us today. Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Rabbi Margolin just outlined the clear thinking behind special protected minority status. And before I go any further, we have been working a lot on this issue. And I want to particularly mention Professor Rosa Friedman, who is on the stage beside us, along with our legal team, Shlomo Dahan, and of course, Master Christophe Borev as well, for their input and their help in bringing this forward. So, like you said, I just wanted to give you a bit more detail. So the Council of Europe's Framework Convention provides additional protection to groups with distinct identities that have long-standing ties within a country. I'm going to translate that into simple language. That means that a minority must have a historic tie to the state. It is not simply a migrant community. And in the vast majority of cases, whether in Germany, Spain, Portugal, the UK, or indeed the Netherlands, or anywhere in Europe, that's us, that's Jewish communities. This is important because it distinguishes between old minorities and newer immigrant communities. National minorities, like Jewish communities, have been present in countries historically, and they have a societal culture of preserving their distinct identity. And states are, and this is important, legally bound to protect them in continuing to preserve that identity. So it's clear that Jews across Europe have long-standing ties in the countries where they live, and they have preserved their distinct identities and cultures throughout that time. We can look at Golders Green, the Marais in Paris, the Jodenbuurt in Amsterdam. This is all proof of this long-standing ties. But why does this framework convention matter? And why do we want Jews recognized as a national minority group? Because it would require all of our countries to provide additional legal protections and additional programs, resources, and support to us as national minorities. It's no longer voluntary. It's no longer we'll do it if we feel like it. It's mandatory. That means cultural preservation of Jewish sites, protecting Jewish rituals like Brit Milah and Shchita, ensuring the continuation of Jewish education, and many other things that repeatedly come up conference after conference within our own countries. If Jews remain only protected by laws on religious freedom, then those protections can easily be taken away by a change of government at any time. We are also lumped in with all other religious groups in terms of rights and freedoms. Whereas if Jews are recognized as official national minorities with these long-standing ties and a distinct culture, then we can be assured not only of those rights and freedoms having ring-fenced protections in state law, but also the positive actions, mechanisms, and resources needed to put them into place. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly believe this has the potential to be a once-in-a-generation opportunity, an opportunity to ensure that all countries across Europe, recognize Jews as an ethnic, religious, and linguistic minority with long-standing ties to their country. In short, Jews are an ethnic stroke religious minority whose millennial history has seen them subjected to crusades, inquisitions, pogroms, segregation, economic and social disadvantage, and culminating in a Holocaust within living memory. Ladies and gentlemen, we deserve this. Now, tell us what you think. And we're really, really interested to hear what you think. My colleague's going to go around. We have Professor Rosa Friedman on stage. Let's have your thoughts on what you think about designated Jewish communities across Europe with especially protected minority status. Floor is open.
Dear Alex and Rabbi Margolin, thank you for organizing this event. I've been going to these events since 2016, I think the first one was. And it's been a long journey until now, and I think this is a fabulous and a very, very good initiative, and I completely support it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Yep.
Going wrong.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Anja Hannema from the Eindhoven, the Dutch community in Eindhoven. I have the following question. It's an interesting proposal. When I look at the leaflet, I see 4 elements which are very interesting and necessary to implement those 4 bullets. My question is, are there any other possibilities to ensure that this will be implemented for the long term? So not via law, but via a different method. That's my question.
I'm going to defer that question to the eminent professor directly to my left.
Thank you. It's a good question. the Framework Convention is looking at existing human rights that we all have by virtue of being born human. And with minority rights, what we recognize is that minorities often don't have those rights because of histories of subjugation or discrimination or oppression. Now, what makes a national minority special in this case is that we're talking about quite disparate groups. You might be talking about the Sami in Sweden. You might be talking about the Gypsy Roma traveler communities. You might be talking about linguistic minorities in Germany or in Czechoslovakia. But it's recognizing that these minorities, in order to not be assimilated into the main culture, need to have these specific protections for their culture and identity. Now, we've seen that if you go outside of law and you're just hopeful that Brit Milah or Shchita or religious education will be provided because states want to provide them, that with a change in government, that can be whipped away, or with a change in the sentiment towards minorities. So we're seeing quite a lot of attacks on religious education because of what's going on in madrasas and in Islamist schools, but then they have to do it across the board for all religions because they can't discriminate. If Jews are a protected minority and national minority in law, then their religious schools would stay, even if all other religious schools were taken away. Now, of course, the ideal of law doesn't mean it happens in practice. So once you get the national minority status, then there are obligations on the state to do programs, to do sort of proactive programs, mechanisms, resources, support that's context specific for the Jewish communities in those countries. And that's where you take the law, right, as the ideal, but then what you're talking about, the actual implementation, comes through policy and it comes through politics and money and support and so on. So it's a mixture of the two.
Another question related to this one. Are there any disadvantages when you look at this method to arrange it by law?
So in Germany, there are 5 national minorities protected by law. And when Germany went to the Jewish community and said, we want to protect you as national minority, the Jewish community said, no, we don't want that. We don't want to be seen as a national minority. We don't want to be put out there for various reasons. I've not spoken to the German community leaders that were part of that. So one of the challenges, I think, or disadvantages will be in countries where Jews maybe feel exposed and don't want to feel even further exposed. In terms of a backlash, why are Jews being counted as a national minority and not other religions? There's obviously going to be a backlash. There is this idea of a long-standing tie in a country that you can show at least 100 years of Jews being present. And there's lots of countries which are recognizing that by offering Jews passports if they can show that their grandparents lived there before the Shoah. Or even Portugal and Spain if they can show it from the Marano's time. I don't think that there's any disadvantage to this legally. I think that politically the context is different in every country, but as a starting point from a legal point of view, there's nothing negative that could come from this.
Okay, thank you.
Also, just while Juan is working his way around the room, just to let everyone know that tomorrow during our working breakout sessions, we're going to be dividing up into various groups and really getting into the nitty-gritty and asking some of the questions which are coming up here as well. So this is part of an ongoing conversation. We're just literally raising the curtain now before we delve deeper. Sorry, next, Daniel.
So concerning, I mean, it look on the paper like a beautiful idea, and it's very great. But the problem today is that we have a lot of laws, I mean, that are coming up. I mean, you spoke about the definition of anti-Semitism at the beginning of the conference. And if we are looking at what happened to those laws currently debated in France, like the Yaden law, it exposed even more the Jewish community. If we see Rima Hassan now pursue for apology of terrorism, we see it that she's becoming an hero rather than a bad guy or bad person that she is. So unless you have enforcement on the law and a more cultural a profound cultural switch in the elite, at least, or in the mass, those laws will just stay as dead letters, as we say in France. So I'm not sure that just a law like that will, it needs to be really integrated, some educational package, some enforcement package that are very crucial that I think that need to be added in the debate here.
So what's very interesting about this framework convention is it's not providing new laws. It's giving countries a blueprint, a way of implementing existing laws, whether it's right to education, whether it's right to identity, whether it's rights to protection from discrimination and harassment and violence and so on, rights to political participation. And it doesn't come in and say, this is the way you do it. It comes in with general articles that are largely looking at the state's obligations to provide these mechanisms for enforcement, to provide positive programming, to protect cultural sites of the national minorities, to ensure that national minorities, so in some countries, national minorities are guaranteed a certain number of seats in parliament. In other countries, in Germany, the national minority has to get a much lower amount of the vote in order to go through. So each country implements slightly differently in the right context, in consultation with the national minorities themselves. And that's the crucial bit, that the Jewish communities would then be consulted with what it is that they need to implement the rights that they've got. So this convention itself is not saying anything new. What it's saying is, how do we specifically make sure that these things are implemented for the national minorities? And that's why we think that if Jews have the national minority status, we will have much more access to those mechanisms, programs, resources, support, consultation, to make sure that our rights as Jews and as Jewish communities are upheld.
So you write here, the Sami people are protected in Norway, Finland, and Sweden. We are not a national minority. We are an international minority. You have to do this in every country. All I don't know, 30 in Europe. I think it is a tough thing to pull off.
We're committed to it. We're committed to it because right now, 30 different countries in Europe, and I can tell you there's 30 different ways of approaching this problem. And the problem is that there's no uniformity at all. And there's no way to build, there's no future if the ground keeps shifting under our feet all the time. So we as EGA are really, really committed at advocacy level, at every level, pushing this in each and every country.
And I just think to add to that, yes, there are national minorities that only exist in one country or a few countries. But if you look at the Gypsy, Roma, Traveller, Sinti community, they exist in many countries and they have national minority status in many of them. So we need to badge Jewish communities as an ethnic and religious national minority in much that same way. Now, it obviously doesn't mean that on the ground, the Gypsy, Roma, Traveller community are living wonderful lives, super protected from human rights abuses. But it's a starting point, because if we don't have the framework of law in the first place, we've got nothing to argue with when our rights are being eroded. When we do have the framework of law, then we have a tool. I always say to my students, human rights are just a tool to lobby for effective political change. And that's what this tool will be, to help lobby for that effective political change.
Pascal.
Yeah, I think there is two difficulties. One minor is, what is, according to you, the percentage to belong to a minor, to a minority? And a major one is, for example, in France, it's forbidden, because we are laïc, it's forbidden to have statistics about religion, like Muslims or Jews, or they cannot be a minority because it's only for citizenship. For example, you have a Turkish minority, you have a Belgian minority, but it's impossible to say you are you belong to a Muslim minority or a Jewish minority. So it will be impossible to apply, for example, in France or in other countries.
So France is one of very few countries that's not even ratified this convention. So you've identified exactly the argument that they made when they didn't ratify. There are 3 countries that didn't. There are other countries, the vast majority of countries have ratified, and there are some countries where Jews are recognized as a national minority. And there are other ones where they're protected generally by minority laws. But I'm not going to go into the detail hugely. In terms of percentages, there's no fixed number. you could have a national minority that's a tiny national minority. The Framework Convention started after the end of the Cold War, during the middle of the Yugoslav War, to try and prevent ethno-nationalistic conflicts and try and prevent national minorities from being expelled or assimilated into their countries, of the host states that they live in, or their countries of origin. There's no numeric number put onto it. The only things is that they have to have their own distinct culture and identity, and they have to have long-standing ties, which is generally understood to be 100 years or more of presence in that country.
Okay, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to draw a line under this for now. But it's very, very good that there are a number of questions on this. And indeed, as I said, tomorrow morning, we will have ample opportunity to discuss this within our working groups. I would also recommend that you avail of any opportunity to, if you do have any questions, to bend Professor Rosa Friedman's ear, and she can fill you in a bit more. So Rosa, thank you for that. And as Rabbi Margolin outlined, as he was giving his remarks just towards the end, we do have a very, very special guest in the room with us, a gentleman whose CV could rapidly turn into an Oscar sort of thank you, because he's done so many things, incredible work, been nominated for a Nobel Prize, has done incredible work with charities, worked on water scarcity, and was appointed not so very long ago as the United States Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism by no less than President Donald Trump. It now gives me great pleasure to invite to the stage and address conference Ambassador Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan. Please give him a very warm welcome. Thank you, Rav. You're very welcome.
Hello. It's a little bit different coming this time to the EJE conference. I was there at the conference last year, but I had just been nominated and I was not in the role, and I was about to undergo a very grueling Senate confirmation process. If anybody who's here in this room isn't 100% certain that we are in a battle for every right, for the respect, and to be considered safe and have the ability to worship freely around the globe, we are. Since we've entered this office, our goal has been very, very clear across the board. The goal is to make certain, as the president has said, that every Jew has the right to worship freely. Every child on campus has the ability to walk across a campus without being harassed, and that those people who would like to foment hate, who are coming on student visas, are not welcome. As Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said, coming to the United States of America is a privilege, it is not a right. And therefore, if you're coming to create hate, then we don't want you here. I'm very, very privileged to work in an administration that has recognized the dangers of what anti-Semitism truly is. You see, it starts with the Jews, but it doesn't end with the Jews. We are the canary in the coal mine. The Jews are the group of people and individuals who, wherever we've been, we have made a mark on the society in the areas that we have been. And those countries who have an interest in destroying the legacies and the contributions of the Jewish community do not really have a long and storied history. Yesterday, I walked on the March of the Living in Auschwitz. And I was asked to speak. Again, I don't know that you're ever prepared when you're standing at a killing field of 1 million Jews having been massacred. And the thought came to me that I'm standing in a place where mothers searched for their children getting off a train, fathers searched for their sons, adults searched for their parents, elderly, the infirm. And yet, that brutality was allowed by the world. That shameful hatred, that rhetoric that led to the Holocaust was allowed to go unchecked without people having the courage to stand up. And as a result of working in this administration, I can clearly tell you, priority number one has been on the president that everybody should have religious freedom. On day 2 of his administration, he signed an executive order asking for every single agency to combat anti-Semitism and to work with the office. Imagine when you go to countries, and I'm pleased to announce that literally in the span of a few hours ago, because of working in this office and sending a request to every embassy that they should ask that every country should designate the Iranian terror group and the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. Trinidad and Tobago just signed literally 4 hours ago that they too are designating and not making a haven. You have countries that we have an impact because the weight of the United States leading the way in the battle to combat anti-Semitism is exactly that. We are assisting numerous countries on counterterrorism. We are working with many countries to provide additional security. Right here in Belgium, we were able to work on the last visit that we were here a few weeks ago. One of the results from the visit, from the efforts of Ambassador Bill White, the State Department, our office, the Belgian government agreed to place military people throughout the Jewish areas. And as a result, to show you how little things and little efforts can make a difference, 2 days after the military was deployed, members of the military assisted in capturing 3 people who were trying to firebomb a Jewish institution. And for that, I am extremely grateful to the Belgian Prime Minister, to the Defense Minister and the Foreign Minister for making the effort and listening to our requests and to work together with the Jewish community to make those efforts happen. And for that, they really, I think we'd like to give them all a round of applause, that they should understand that their actions have contributed. So people want to know what the Office of the Ambassador to Combat Global Anti-Semitism does. Every morning that we wake up without an attack is a successful day. That's one, we don't have to read and react. But what we do is we build on how we are using effective programs to combat anti-Semitism, whether it be the student visa program that we now research, the email accounts of people who are applying for student visas to see what they're doing before they're allowed and given a visa to come in, to looking at those universities around the globe who have an anti-Jewish bias, that their programs and their BDS programs, that if you're a member of it, then we are not going to have sister programs back or joint educational things. What we have done by limiting the grant money that these universities receive that were going unchecked without any claims or responsibilities, they're now being held accountable to make sure that every student can walk across the campus unchallenged. Jewish students have no issues to practice their religion, and that if there is bias by professors, there is an office within the Department of Justice to monitor and look and investigate all of those cases. That's just within America. We are holding countries accountable for ministers who are saying things and they are not being allowed into the country for meetings. A little bit different America than Europe is that I think, in Europe, every country has their own individual battles of how they want to combat anti-Semitism. I was asked when I was in England by the leading newspaper, is England safe for the Jews? And that question really goes through all of Europe. The answer is not for me to give. The answer is, how does a country value the Jewish citizens in their country by making sure that they're protected, making sure that they feel safe, making sure that they're not harassed, and keeping the laws that allow the Jewish community to have their traditions unopposed. Nobody around the globe should have to be ashamed to walk down the street wearing a yarmulke and live in fear. I have heard from numerous students by the walk in Auschwitz, I'm scared to wear my Magen David out, or I can't wear a kippah on campus. That has to stop, and that's our efforts. But when the president has made it clear to everybody within the administration, whatever needs to be done to combat this scourge of hatred has to be done and will be done, that's the administration that I work for. And again, that's why I say I feel so honored and privileged. Anti-Semitism isn't new, it's the world's oldest hate. But when you start with firebombing a shul, burning a church isn't too far behind it. A breakdown in law and order of grooming and harassing people isn't far behind it. Because if you're not going to give a basic person respect and human dignity, then society breaks down. One of the things that I've witnessed recently, and it's something that our administration is monitoring very, very carefully, is that when hate speech laws are enforced, but they're subjective, when it's up to an officer to determine which side of the argument he would like to take and who he would like to arrest, then those laws are ineffective. One of the things that has been very effective has been the fact that if you look at X, the platform, it says now where the poster is coming from. When someone posts something, it says the location. Why is that important? because we all understand what occurred with the war in Gaza and other misinformation. People were posting, "I'm coming back from the funeral of my neighbor's child. Family doesn't have food. My neighbor's children are starving." Well, when Elon Musk decided to place where the person is posting from, that person coming back from his neighbor's funeral in Gaza was in Indonesia or Poland or in countries that there was no way possible that they were even from. So they were debunked then. Part of the battle that we all have is our information has to be better. Our combating the anti-Semitism needs to be better. But while we're on the subject of anti-Semitism, I believe the future is not in anti-Semitism. The future is being pro-Semitic. The future is how we teach our children that every reason to answer and be proud of why they are Jewish. Because if you don't know your own history, and if you're not educated, what occurs then is you hide in the shadow because perception is whatever's out there. So we have to do a better job. And all of you from every country you're in should probably compile a list of the Jewish contributors within that country and what they've done to help make that country great and make certain that the Jewish schools all have it. Let children have pride in their identity. When they walk down the street, that's how you make certain that they're not ashamed of who they are. The battle that we have is enormous. But we will persevere and we will accomplish. But it's something that has to be done together. It's recognizing the problems. And here's a question for everybody in the room. In the last 100 years, anti-Semitism has had how many organizations within the last 2 years have cropped up? How much money is being spent to combat anti-Semitism? And yet, with all the money being spent, with all the organizations, anti-Semitism is at a level like in 1933. So why is that? One reason is because we don't stand unified with one voice. You see, if there's 87 different groups having legal challenges to different things that we have in America right now, why not pick the one that's going to be the most effective in that area? Hitler spoke with one voice. He wanted to eradicate the world from Jews. But we have 500 opinions how we should be combating anti-Semitism. So it's incumbent upon everybody, every leader, to lead and be united in what the mission is, how we tackle this mission, what we do to protect, what are the things that work in some countries that may not work in others, and share. The things that are working, let's all work together to do. But the things that worked 50 years ago don't work today. We live in a very, very different society, and we're not reaching and being effective in how we combat anti-Semitism. So to be effective, it requires a united front. It requires real leadership, and not to worry about what somebody's going to say, but to speak with actual leadership. How do we make certain Auschwitz doesn't happen again? By being united, by having courage of leadership. We are in a battle right now with an axis of evil that had they had a nuclear weapon, would undoubtedly use it on Israel and on the Jewish nation. And that's why the actions were taken what it is. America's in a battle for the world, for humanity. But the leadership of leading by example is something that the Secretary of State, his team, Department of Defense, his team, Department of Justice, his team, Commerce, Treasury, are all united in meetings to figure out the best course of action to follow the leadership of the president. He is a true friend of Israel. He's a true friend of the Jewish nation. As someone who knows him well over 30 years, and the stories that you don't know about his charity work and the people and the families that he has helped. But he has assembled a team that is dedicated in having an impact to eradicate this hatred. But this hatred is across the board. For those of you that want to know about how you fight Holocaust denial, I would tell you go and ask, you don't need, it's not about the Jews. Are you calling Dwight Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, a liar? MacArthur a liar? Monty a liar? Are all those graves from the Allies throughout Europe, all the testimonials that every one of those soldiers gave, it doesn't have to be about the Jews. How many of the children today who are anti-Semitic or who have said stupid things to Jewish communities don't know that their grandfather helped liberate a camp? That's what education is. That's what real leadership is. And you have to demand it from your leaders. Leaders must lead. And hate is not a battle that is always fun to take on. People live with security. People are threatened. Their lives are threatened. But the price of silence is, as a dear friend of mine, Elie Wiesel, said, silence allows the people who are tormentors to go unchecked. We have to answer, but we have to be knowledgeable in our answer. We have to be targeted in our answers, and we have to have the ability to stand together with our answers. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Rabbi Kaploon, for everything that you do. We are now on our last panel session, and we're going to move swiftly on. And I'm going to invite my colleague from Germany, Lawrence de Dong is Amis, EGA's ambassador for Germany, to join me on the stage and introduce our next panel. Lawrence, please join me. Yes, we do.
Dear friends, last but not least, we've had a very interesting day so far. Our topic now is Germany. How does it get it right? And I would like to invite on stage my party colleague, the Secretary of State for European Affairs from Hessen, Karin Müller. Also on the panel, Ina Wolovic from Nuremberg, philologist, educator, and activist. You might all remember her from the wonderful panel she moderated last year in Madrid. And Philipp Strichhardt, the president of the, you've come back, Philip. The president of the Jewish community, Hamburg, and a lawyer. Yeah, sorry. Firstly, Karin, thank you very much for coming. I know you had to give a keynote for the president of Hessen this morning, and then you hot-footed it in the car over to Brussels. Thank you so much. We come to the first question with you, Ina. Where does Germany get it right? Where do you see the fight, the strength in the anti-Semitism?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Well, I will list some positive points since we're approaching to the dinner. I brought you 6 examples from Germany where we can say that the German government is doing right. So first of all, since already 2018, there is a federal government commissioner for Jewish life and the fight against anti-Semitism. He is coordinating measures across all federal ministries, and he is acting between government, Jewish organization, and civil society. Accordingly, by 2024, 15 of 16 German federal states have appointed their own anti-Semitism commissioner, and we have 5 chief public prosecutor officers. Good job. The second point would be the national strategy. So since 2022, Germany has adopted first ever national strategy against anti-Semitism and for Jewish life. So their main goal is mainly to combat anti-Semitism, to foster Jewish life, and to increase the public awareness and understanding of the Jewish history and the diversity of the Jewish life. The third positive point would be the Bundestag resolution from November 2024, 1 year after October 7, which is called Never Again is Now. So this one is dedicated to protect, to preserve, and to strengthen Jewish life in Germany. Basically, one of the points I like best, for instance, in my activity as anti-Semitism monitoring, that the BDS is finally classified in Germany as extremist and is under surveillance by the Federal Office of the Protection of the Constitution. In reverse, the organizations or institutions, cultural institutions, educational institutions who apply the IRA definition receive public fundings.
Are you receiving enough funding?
We don't get any cent. We're completely volunteering and paying all by ourselves.
That really is dedication.
Right. Yes.
Philip, let me come to you. How is the security situation in Hamburg for your community? Also, certainly for some people, personal security. Do you get help from the city of Hamburg? For some other states, for example, Hessen pays in full for the security for the Jewish communities.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's a great conference and glad to be here. We had, let's say, a career path of going from zero funding for security, but always having police protection, to an, let's say, intended 100% coverage of security costs that the community has. Does not really work out because the more the community does, which of course everyone is glad about also in the non-Jewish world, the more security costs we spend, and due to budget constraints and all the bureaucracy, we are always, let's say, 2 years ahead of the budgets. And that is an issue because security funding is not something that a community should have to bear. And as a volunteer organization, a Jewish community will anyway not be profitable. So security funding in addition is an actual problem. But I can confirm a lot of what you said, if you ask me what Germany is doing right, then security funding, the intention to do it is of course one aspect.
Ina, apart from the monitoring side you do, I remember you're in the middle of a project about postcards educating children in school, students. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. So maybe before we start with the postcards, I have to tell a little bit around the context around how we got to this, to design this postcard project. So on the 1st of May in 2024, in the wonderful city of Nuremberg, the city of Nuremberg laws, but nowadays also the city of human rights. So on 1st of May 24, we suddenly discovered a poster which says Intifada from Nuremberg to Gaza, and it was calling to kill Jews and evil Zionists. At this moment, we decided we have to take action, we have to do something. So we decided to create an initiative for anti-Semitism monitoring, first to document everything what is happening on our streets, in our city, and then to widen it into the region. So we, since 2 years, we are monitoring anti-Semitism, let's say from the streets through cultural institutions to lecture halls. We have published a report which was forwarded to Bavarian authorities, to anti-Semitism commissioner, to prosecutor, to the police, to the mayors. So after 1.5 years, after 2 years, people, institutions, and person in important positions are much more aware of what is happening on a local or municipal way in the region. Parallelly, as we were doing the monitoring, we saw that people approached us asking like, okay, we know what has happened, or we do not know what has happened on October 7, but we're interested, could you maybe provide further information? So we launched a project which is called 7 Questions on October 7. And it is dedicated as a first handout, first input for schools, for teachers, for students. And even the police was asking for these postcards, which, by the way, are available in the printed version and online. We have translated them into several languages, also to Arabic and Turkish. We have it in Spanish, Russian, English, and German. And now we are working to give an academic basis to these postcards. So the Ministry of Education of Bavaria would accept them as official material to be used in schools, officially in the in the Bavarian educational program, in the curriculum.
That sounds wonderful. I hope you'll let us have some for the EJA.
With a
I haven't
pleasure.
seen them yet. I'm very, very curious. Karin, let me come to you. In which way does Hessen excel in the fight against anti-Semitism?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's really a great honor to be part of your conference. And well, I think as Ambassador Rabbi Kaplan said, every country and every state has to decide by itself how to fight anti-Semitism and how to protect Jewish life. And Hesse is very aware of safeguarding of Jewish life, and we know that anti-Semitism is a huge challenge that demands a strong response by our government and by our society. And our approach is characterized by a mix of security measures and law enforcement, prevention efforts, educational efforts, and support for Jewish communities. And the key instrument for us is the round table against anti-Semitism, led by Uwe Becker, our state commissioner for the fight against anti-Semitism. And this round table brings together a broad coalition, Jewish communities, civil society, government institutions, churches, unions, and stakeholders from education, culture, sports, security, and emergency service. And our goal is not just the dialogue, but coordination and cooperation across sectors, finding practical and action-orientated solutions. And let me give you just one example. We have great success with programs that take teachers from across Hesse on educational trips to Israel or to memorial sites in Germany. And when teachers, for example, visit Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, engage directly with people on the ground, and experience firsthand that Israel is a diverse, democratic, and multicultural society, they return to their schools with new perspectives. And these perspectives often have a very positive impact on their students. And just to say, the challenge is that many people in our society never personally met members of Jewish communities or people from Israel. And we tend to talk about Israel, but rarely with people who actually live there. And that is the success of these programs, to give them the experience in Israel and in the direct contact with Israel people.
Well, then let me take the opportunity right now to invite you to our Auschwitz conference from the 9th and 10th of November. We would be delighted if you would join us.
Thank you very much.
Many of you might also know that, especially the state of Hessen, our police ambassador, Thorsten Krückemeier, comes from there, and we work together extremely well. Let me ask you one last question. How has your evaluation changed after the attacks of the 7th?
Well, yes, October the 7th was an absolutely turning point, not only in terms of actual security, but also in terms of how safe people feel. And that is directly linked to anti-Semitism. And it was a consequence of October the 7th that we noticed also in Hesse in Germany that the numbers of counting anti-Semitism were increasing. And immediately after the Hamas terrorist attack, the international solidarity with Israel was enormous. And it was easy to be a friend of Israel. But that mood shifted shockingly fast. And what still deeply angers me, how quickly some partners forgot that solidarity, and some even recognized a Palestinian state while hostages were still being held in the tunnels. That was not an act of humanity, and that was a political signal at the worst possible moment. It left Israel alone in its darkest hour. And immediately after the terrific attack of the Hamas, the Hessian government and Minister President Boris Rhein raised the Israel flag in front of the state chancellery, and we defended it. When people tried to tear it down at night, to set it on fire or to destroy it. And we kept it flying while the protests came. And when the ground offensive began, and when the ceasefire came, we said we will only take down this symbol of our friendship and solidarity with Israel when the last hostage has come home to Israel. And we are going further. We will soon introduce a bill to the German Bundesrat that make the denial of Israel's right to exist a criminal offense in Germany. And ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. There is cooperation and there is partnership and there are even strategic alliances. But what Hesse and what Germany and Israel share is something more. It is friendship born of historical responsibility and grown stronger over generations. And today, in my opinion, it's unbreakable.
Thank you, Karin. Your words are always extremely reassuring. Let me ask you one last question, Philip. How important in the fight of anti-Semitism are the state representatives, as we call in Germany, Antisemitismusbeauftragte. I understand the one in Hamburg has just left. How significant is this position?
Well, maybe it's a bit of a surprising answer. I think it's not so important. Sorry for maybe not having the opinion that everyone shares here. What is important in Germany, and I think that is what distinguishes Germany from other countries in Europe, and what makes maybe Jews nowadays a bit more comfortable living in Germany than in other countries, is exactly what the minister said, that the bond with Israel, the core, the fact that you can criticize Israel, but there's, let's say, a red line to it. That is something that we have in Germany. It's not okay to call for an intifada, to call for the destruction of Israel, to openly plead for war against Israel in Germany. And I saw that being different in other places in Europe. And I think this openness about saying, okay, hating Israel, it does have something to do with anti-Semitism. It's not two totally separate issues. That is what makes Germany stronger in the fight against anti-Semitism than other countries. I also see in Germany a certain acceptance of, let's say, the new generation of politicians, accepting that what we have done so far is not enough. So, and a part of that is installing the high commissioners against anti-Semitism. But another part of it is accepting that we need to do more. For example, the Federal Republic of Germany is reconstructing a major synagogue in Hamburg. With the stated intention, not just to restore a synagogue because it's fair to do it, the Nazis destroyed and we want to rebuild. They say, anti-Semites, we will build this in your face. Every day you will have to pass this 40 meters high synagogue, and you can hate it and you can be angry, but it will be there, and it will be there for the next few hundred years. So that is actual fight against anti-Semitism, and that is let's say the new German approach, which I think makes Germany successful in this fight.
Thank you very much for that very open answer, Philip, and I think it's important, the openness. And I've just had the pesky sign of please wrap up, but I have one last brief question, 1 minute. Karin, are there any other special measures planned?
Well, we in Hessen think that it is an ongoing process. And of course, we are still having our projects for fighting anti-Semitism. And just to come to the answer here of my colleague, our Commissioner of Anti-Semitism, he has his own budget and he has his own people, his secretariat, and therefore there is one central position to contact in all questions to this issue, and that we will develop and go on with that.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Philip, Ida, Karin, thank you very much for coming. Thank you all for bearing with us. I know we were the last panel, and I think you'd all like a bit of fresh air now and possibly some wine or some water.
Beautiful moderation as always. Thank you so much to our wonderful guests from Germany. It's been a pleasure having you, and what a way to finish up. But before we do finish up, before we allow you blinking out into the sunlight, we have to close the conference, and it gives me great pleasure to invite our Secretary General, Mr. David Lager, who's an inspiration, to close the first day of the conference. David, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, dear friends. Do you want to stay on stage or do you prefer going down?
It's nice here.
Yes, it's nice here. Feel free if you want to. I'll be extremely brief. We'll do 2 minutes. I just really wanted to thank you, Lawrence. And thank you, everyone, for a very, very intense day with quite hard discussions. We talked about fear. We talked about our communities being under threat. And as our chairman Margolind opened, that he's so tired of repeating the same wishes and requests, conference after conference, year after year. And that is why we are so happy that we have come up with an idea for a solution on how we can start fighting this together with a protected minority status. So my hope for tonight is that you will continue to discuss this in between yourselves, and then tomorrow we will continue with our breakout sessions and discuss how could this actually work if we look at it through the legal perspective, through the educational perspective, through the freedom of religion perspective. So we'll divide ourselves into groups and we'll continue that tomorrow. And I really do hope that today will be the last day that we speak about an idea, and tomorrow will be the first day that we go to action, because that is really what we need together. So also, since I'm Swedish, I was appointed to give the quick ground rules and times for tonight and tomorrow before we leave the room. 7:15, we will have cocktails.